We can get ready to get going.
Okay. So we are going live.
All right.
Doing its thing.
Good morning, everyone.
So welcome, everyone. I'm so
thank you for joining us. We will be recording this event as always. So mind your manners. I would encourage you that if you're not currently speaking, to mute your microphone, and feel free to turn off your camera so that we're not clogging bandwidth, and if you're choosing to do something that's not desirable to be shared with the general public, it isn't. All right. Let's admit some of our members. I'm looking at my list right now. Looks like so far we are predominantly having members and alternates joining us. I don't see any of our guests just yet. Tom, do you have the land acknowledgement up, and can you present it for us?
Do you see it?
Yeah. So if you would go ahead and read it for us, please.
Okay, this is the land acknowledgement. We pause to acknowledge that Solano County Democratic Central Committee of the Democratic Party sits on the land of the Miwok and the Patwan people. We remember their continued connection to this region and give thanks to them for allowing us to live, work, learn, and pray in their traditional homeland. We offer our respect to their elders and the Miwok and Patwan people of the past and present.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Hopefully you have all received the updated agenda. We currently have 13 candidates and ballot measures scheduled to appear before us today. To keep it simple, we're sticking with the same ground rules we used in the spring. Each candidate will be given a total of up to 15 minutes, 2 minutes for an opening statement, up to 12 minutes for questions from you to be read by the moderators, and a 1-minute closing statement. And we'll be asking our candidates who have not presented to wait in the waiting room, just in case some of you are asking the same question of everyone. We want to make it fair. We will be voting by the ballot that Tom sent out about 20 minutes ago, I believe, Tom, at this point. And to do that vote, you need the access code. So Tom, if you would go ahead and send that to people or post it right now. We said we'd do the first posting at the start of the meeting.
I have posted it in the chat. So you will need to copy that, and it needs to be exact. So do not try to hand type it, just copy and paste. That'd be the best way.
Yes. We are using this method to balance the requirement that members be present to vote with the understanding that some of you have conflicts and are either unable or not terribly enthusiastic about sitting through the entire session, and in alignment with our past practice of in-person meetings where people could get the ballot and vote and then leave if they so chose. We're giving you that opportunity. So I just want to make sure that that is an option for people. I see comment. Yeah, I'm not able to paste it either, Tom.
Okay. Hold on. Let's see.
This is why we allowed for 15 minutes at the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you type it out exactly as shown, that is what you need to do. I am not sure why Zoom is not allowing you to copy from the chat. That does not make any sense, but I'll post it again for those joining.
And I'm assuming that's also case sensitive, Tom.
Yeah, it needs to be exact. It is a computer, not a friend. So Jack Flynn, I see you are on. You are not a member of the committee other than a friend of the committee, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room.
Okay, thank you.
Don, do you want me to show the agenda for folks?
Let's show that so that people are seeing what is planned, even as we're all scrambling to enter our passcodes.
I would suggest you copy that, enter it onto like a notepad or something. A notepad being the notepad of the computer, not a notepad with a pen and paper, so that you can use it to copy it. And let me stop sharing. Okay. So I'm sharing the agenda. So just an FYI, I'll read the ground rules so they're here. So candidates will be kept in the Zoom waiting room until it is their turn. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to make opening remarks, up to 12 minutes to respond to questions, and 1 minute for a closing statement. Questions should be sent via chat to everyone in the chat. Do not send a private message. And they will be read by a moderator. Don, who do you want? Do you want, I think, Tiffany? And
Yeah, I was going to ask our vice chairs to do that if they're able and willing. It looks like Tiffany's the one on deck, so if you're willing, Tiffany, I would appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I'm in 2 meetings right now. What did you need me to do?
We were asking to help with the moderating of the questions, but if you're currently in 2 meetings, so we will make do. So I will.
If there's any questions that are coming up in the chat, or people, need you're raising their hands, I have no issue with doing that.
Okay. The other thing is, and I'll be on deck, Don, to help with that. The other thing is also the passcode. I'm sharing that again to everyone in. Okay, so I see Margie says that Jack Flynn is Steve Quinlan's alternate. Whenever I asked him, Margie, he said he was not. So that's why he got put back in the waiting room. So I don't think he knows that. And he was not on the roster that I had. So real quick, just so you're aware, we are live streaming this. We do have Ian Arnold, who is also a member of this committee, and John Fox, who are here. And just for their edification, and also for anyone who may be listening out in the webverse, whenever it is an opponent's time to speak in their particular races, we will put them into the waiting room to give the opponent a fair chance at speaking without any kind of awkwardness or feeling. So just an awareness on that. Same with Jack Flynn. Okay. So we have 2 minutes until we start the questions. But again, if you have questions, please put them in chat and send them to everyone, not to an individual person. Okay. And just so you're aware, whenever it is that candidate's time to speak or to be on deck, I will stop sharing the agenda and we will focus on the candidate.
Yes, to clarify, the above is the code you need to enter to vote.
And Jeanette, just so you're aware, the link that was sent to you in email is a link specific to you. Rhonda, I am getting you your email resent. I did have an incorrect email address for you. Okay, it is 10:15.
Yeah, all right. So our first contestant is Ian Arnold, running for the Dixon Unified School District Governing Board. Ian, you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Contestant, I like that. So I'm running for Dixon Unified School District. Was not actually intending to throw my hat in the ring, but actually was contacted by the employees of Dixon Unified School District and asked to run. Therefore, I thought, why not? I've put 3 kids through the Dixon Unified School District. I was the field rep for the classified employees with the school district, worked closely with the teachers, have a good relationship with the superintendent, and previously have actually run campaigns for 3 of the former school board members. So I'm pretty familiar with the district. I know what some of the issues are. Pretty well known here in town. And I think that I can do a good job for folks. I know I'm willing to put work in, and most of you who know me have seen me at the various events, whether it's for the Northern Club or the Central Committee, or indeed for various events within the city of Dixon. I'm happy to do the work, and you know, glad to have the opportunity to excuse me. I'm so sorry. It's like I woke up this morning with a scratch in my throat, and so I've been having a hard time since. Anyway, glad to have the opportunity to run, and hopefully I can get your endorsement.
All right. Not seeing any other questions in the chat just yet. So let me ask the first one. Given your long experience representing a bargaining unit, do you think you will be able to fairly balance the competing needs of the district when it comes to budgets and making those determinations regarding personnel?
Yes. I know that there have been budget cuts in the past that I have completely disagreed with, because I think that they've cut, I mean, basically, instead of sort of trimming the fat, they've cut straight through the bone. I know where I think the fat is, but I'm not looking to destroy the district. There's nothing that would, there's no way that I could see that bankrupting the district would be in the best interest of the students or the parents, or in fact, the employees.
And there's a question in the chat from Dr. Hamilton. What would you do to help green our schools, make more climate friendly and sustainable? And what would you do to bring more climate oriented education to our K through 12 curriculum?
Okay, I think the first couple of things we could do is every school site should have solar panels on the roof, and every parking lot at the school site should actually have solar panels that will work both as shade and to actually excuse me, generate power. Additionally, we should use solar panels in wherever appropriate in the stadiums, etc., to provide both shade and generate power. And we should really look at establishing an electric vehicle fleet over the next 6 years, as the older fleet, and by fleet, I'm talking about both the maintenance trucks and vehicles that are used by the district and the landscaping vehicles. They should all be electric within the next 6 years. As far as education, I think that climate damage education is absolutely necessary. Our kids need to understand what we and our parents have done to this planet, and what their opportunity is to try to repair that damage. I think it's absolutely needs to be part of the curriculum and should be mandated.
Ian, as a
Yes.
moderator, I would like to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Would you support having the pride flag fly at all Dixon schools, or at least at the Dixon Unified School District headquarters during the month of June?
Thank you for the softball question. Absolutely.
Okay.
I would be absolutely offended if it didn't fly.
And what would you do, a follow-on question, what would you do to ensure that students, LGBTQ students, are kept safe within the school?
Yeah, so that's here in Dixon. I think I actually touched on that in my questionnaire. Here in Dixon, we've had a lot of bullying of LGBTQIA plus students, or I like to call them my rainbow friends. And that bullying has gone on for decades. When we took out the former vice mayor after his homophobic rant in the newspaper, one of the things we found was that a lot of the speakers had been students in Dixon who had been living on the streets in Sacramento because they were afraid to stay in Dixon once they'd been outed. So I think it's important that we really support the Gay Straight Alliance, and the bullying program that exists on paper in Dixon Unified School District actually has some teeth. I think restorative justice is important, but I also think that when restorative justice doesn't work, then we really need to put the teeth into the program and say kids are suspended, expelled, their parents are called in, their parents see some consequences as well. Because the kids don't learn this from other kids, the kids learn this at home.
All right. Another questions to some extent following up on your question there. We've seen over the last 2.5 years the importance of public health and also mental health for society. What would you do to try to address those issues for your students and faculty and staff, for that matter, to make sure that they're getting the health care they need, both physical and behavioral?
Well, obviously, I would be just one vote of 5, and hopefully I can get 2 more folks to vote. I do think it's really important that we bring back the school nurses, and that's just a small part of it, but also that we make it a school policy, a district policy, that we actually listen to science and not Fox News. I would like to see the school district, frankly, reach out to the community as well as to the students and the staff, and have programs like blood pressure screening, things like that, that like the seniors in high school who are potentially looking for a healthcare career could participate in. I think there's a lot of ways for us to do that. I do think that it's important when bad things happen that they be discussed in an adult way, and that the school kids be allowed to process things as well as the staff. I don't know if there's a better way for me to explain that, and I don't even know if I answered the question correctly.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Do we have other questions? I know Ian has a few minutes left, so if you have another question for him, please throw it into the chat. Okay, well, let me ask you a follow-up question. I know you said that in the past you have worked with non-Democrats. However, do you anticipate endorsing anyone other than a Democrat now or in the foreseeable future?
Once I became a member of the Solano County Democratic Central Committee, I'm very aware that we should not, and actually are on paper at least, we're prohibited from endorsing non-Democrats. The only time I've ever endorsed a non-Democrat was Mark Desaunier, and that was for the county supervisor position in Contra Costa County. And that was knowing that within a week I would be walking with him to the county registrar of voters office and watching him change his voter registration from Republican to Democrat. So again, I did once endorse a Republican, but that was knowing that I would be helping move him into our party. And he's been a pretty good congressman for the folks in Contra Costa. But no, I would not endorse a non-Democrat, unlike Senator Dodd.
Okay, there's some questions in the chat. The first one is, what is your position on charter schools and school vouchers?
Absolutely, totally, completely opposed. Dependent charters, I sort of have mixed feelings about, because a dependent charter is run by the school district as sort of a magnet school. If you've got a valid reason for having a dependent charter and it's not going to be taking funding away from the rest of the kids, I'm not 100% opposed to that. But independent charters and school vouchers, absolutely are a horrible idea. All they do is steal money from the rest of the kids, basically choking the school district, and the more affluent parents who have the ability to put in the volunteer hours get to have their kids in, and it becomes a popularity contest on how to get into charter schools, because despite state law, it becomes despite state law, all the kids who want to get in, there's not enough room for them. So it becomes a popularity contest. And also there's no real oversight on charter schools. California has more oversight than other states do, but the charter school students do not have to, the charter schools and the students don't face any sort of state standards. So I have real issues with that.
All right,
And
we
I'd
have
be
a
all
couple
about
other questions.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to be brief because you only got like 3 minutes left.
Oh.
So for the question period, there are 6 of you running for 3 slots. Are there other candidates that you support for Dixon School Board?
Julian Cuevas seems like he's an effective candidate. I don't know him well, but what I've seen so far impresses me,
Okay,
and that would be it.
all right. And then the next question is, what training / work have you had in equity? How will you promote a policy for equity?
Okay, equity instead of equality. I like that. I'm a big fan of equity. And I spent a lot of time as a union rep working towards that. I think a lot of us have seen the meme where equality shows the three people standing on the boxes to watch the baseball game, and the woman and the child still can't see over the fence. And then equity is the gentleman looking over the fence, and then the woman has the one crate to stand on, and the child has two crates to stand on. I think that says it all, frankly. It's not about making sure everybody is the same. It's about figuring out who needs what and making sure they get it so they have the same opportunity to succeed as everyone else.
Okay, next
Excellent question, by the way.
Okay, next question. Who won the 2020 presidential election?
Let me think about that one. That had to have been Joe Biden and the American people.
Okay, good answer. We have 1 minute left for any other questions, folks, committee members. If you have anything, please post it in chat.
I do, to Miguel.
Okay.
I'm assuming that in Dixon, there's an increasing number of Spanish-speaking children coming into the school system. Are you aware, can you tell us anything about what the impact of that has been and what, if anything, has been done to accommodate that for purposes of assimilation?
Okay,
So it's
30 seconds.
So it's interesting. Dixon has a large Spanish population. One of the things that has been done recently is the migrant school has been incorporated into the regular high school, which is a good thing. Long time coming, in my opinion. I do think we need programs for outreach specifically for Spanish-speaking children. We've got a couple, but we need more. I mean, Dixon actually is almost 40% Spanish-speaking, which people don't understand or realize, just because the town has this reputation of being so conservative.
Mm. All right, thank you.
All right, and with that, I think we are ready to move to your 1 minute closing statement.
Okay, well, I appreciate the opportunity to be endorsed. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you folks. Many of you I haven't seen for a long time, and many of you, most of you I haven't seen in person since our last crab feed. So I'm looking forward to when we have the next one. That said, again, I didn't initially anticipate running this year, but when the staff, both the classified employees and the teachers asked me to run, I thought, well, apparently these folks want me to do this. They know that they're hoping that I have their best interest in mind. I understand the school district. I actually have a pretty good working relationship with the superintendent. And I know his biggest weaknesses are he wants to be Mr. Nice Guy. He doesn't know when to shut down his senior staff. He doesn't know how to say no, which sounds like a great thing if you're the union rep, but not necessarily a great thing if you're a board member. I understand that moving forward as his supervisor, my only job is to supervise one employee and to help that employee bring in new policies and help that employee do the right thing. And then that I work for the voters of Dixon. That's my bottom line, is they're my bosses and I'm the superintendent's boss. And I hope I can get your endorsement. Already got the Central Labor Council endorsement, which will be a big help. Again, proud to actually have the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, you're at time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ian. And next up, we have running for the Vallejo City Unified School District Government Board Area 5, John Fox. John, get you spotlighted, and you have you want John, not Jerry.
That looks like Jerry.
It jumped. Sorry, it jumped.
All right,
around.
John, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this Saturday morning to hear these endorsements and to help select the best candidates. First, again, I'm John Fox, running for Vallejo City Unified School District School Board Trustee for re-election. A little bit about myself. A lot of you know me, but for those that don't, I just entered my 25th year of being a teacher in education. I also have my administrative credential, which I've used as summer school administrator, and I'm very involved in Vallejo and Solano County. I've been a part of this board for a few years now. I've been the vice chair of the Stonewall Democratic Club for a number of years. I'm also part of the Glen Cove Community Association, my local area, and the president of my HOA. Another board that I'm really proud of is I'm the president of the Solano County School Board Association. And in that, we've put on the last 2 to 3 years trainings for the County Board of Education, superintendents, and trustees all throughout Solano County in areas of equity and closing the gaps of equity, along with SEL, social emotional learning. As a school board trustee for almost 4 years, I came into a very difficult situation. It was very dysfunctional in Vallejo. It was basically a clown show. During the first 2 years, I got my master's in governance, made sure I took all those classes, traveled all over to get those classes done so that I could be the best trustee possible and understand policy. I also, as I just said, became president of the Solano County School Board Association so that I worked and networked within Solano County. And during the COVID, I was president, and it was very difficult. I worked, a lot of you know, it was very difficult. I was fighting for vaccines for our teachers in Vallejo and came across a lot of obstacles with our county health director. In our school district, we've been under state receivership. There's been a lot of challenges with budget. Since I've been on, we've had a balanced budget. Unfortunately, we've had to close a lot of school sites. We've had to cut almost $20 million, which is very difficult. So the challenges, and it's been a very tough job. It's not something it hasn't been easy, but I want to continue because the gains we've made, I want to continue with that to make the school district the best it can be possible. And what I mean by that is promoting equity and identifying those gaps and going after those gaps to close them, along with, again, keeping a balanced budget, trying to keep competing against the many charter schools we have here in Vallejo. I helped pass Measure S, the school bond, 4 years ago, and we've made great progress with that and very accountable with the taxpayers' money. We have a huge problem of image here in Vallejo. We have incredible students, but we need to promote them, and we have a PR director, and I will continue to promote our students to try to change the image of Vallejo and to show how proud we are of our students and who we are, being one of the most diverse cities in the country. I hope you have lots of questions because I have a lot more. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a question. Who has endorsed you in your race?
I'm very proud. I have both county supervisors, which you need to have. And the reason you need to have is to be able to network and get things done as a trustee. I have Monica Brown, Aaron Hannigan. I have the Napa Solano Labor Council. I have Mike Thompson. I have Bill Dodd. And I also am very proud to have Equality California. So I'm very happy with all of those endorsements. And we'll work with all of them because I believe everyone should be at the table and get things done working together.
Okay. The next question is, what have you done or will you do to help green our schools, make them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what have you done or will do to bring more climate oriented education to the K through 12 curriculum?
Well, as a teacher, we just got a new science adoption from my 3rd grade class, and I love it, with the aligned to the state standards. I think every school, again, the solar recycling, it's really sad when I see families or students that don't even know they're supposed to recycle batteries and they throw them in the garbage, or they throw glass, paper, or cardboard, and they don't know how to recycle. So it's all through education and promoting education at all levels, and also being examples. As a teacher, I have bins in my room that if you have a plastic bottle, which I don't promote, I'd rather you have like a metal bottle that you use for your water. you recycle. When we have cardboard or paper, you recycle. So you're role models and you show students how to recycle and how to be part of making our environment better. Also through these wildfires and climate change, teaching about what the changes are and we need to change. The biggest thing I think to answer that question is I promote my students to vote and be involved as soon as they're 18. They need to be involved to vote. I say that's going to be your power. That power will be able to make the change for the world, for the environment, and for your own lives. So voting will be huge for them. It's how they get involved. So working in recycling, green solar energy, where I work in the Delta, we see the turbines across the Delta, bringing green energy. We have solar panels. So any ways to promote education through having a greener, cleaner climate.
Okay, and the next question is, what is your position on charters and school vouchers?
I've been a public school teacher for 25 years. I am for public schools. And unfortunately, we have so many charter schools in Vallejo, it takes so much money out of against us that when Caliber was running to get a high school, I was at both meetings talking about why we shouldn't. And since we're under state receivership, we do not have to approve charter schools coming into Vallejo. I was there speaking on it, and thank goodness we were able to keep another high school away from, because with declining enrollment, we already have a huge problem with the students that are in charter schools, and fighting declining enrollment, our numbers just keep going down, but that's across, unfortunately, the nation and the state. So I'm definitely against charters. I'm for public education.
Okay. The next question is,
It's from Steve
so
Quinn.
this is from Steve Quinlan. Teachers really respected you when you voted against giving the superintendent Spalding an automatic 3% or $8,400 raise in perpetuity, regardless of how his evaluation is. Can you explain your reasons why you voted against the rest of the board?
Yes. I have not been a friend of Superintendent Spalding since 1998, like one of my opponents. I don't have a relationship. I'm not friends with him. I'm going to question him. I see him. I don't have a fogged perspective. And when I feel a superintendent every year should have an evaluation, which they have, and that's when you decide if they've met their goals and if they get a raise. Now, there's other factors to decide if they get a raise also, not just if they met their goals. Are you in a recession? Do you have declining enrollment? Can you give the same amount to all the bargaining units to promote equity within your district? I was against giving him an automatic $8,000 3% raise over 3 years. Unfortunately, my colleagues wanted that. I also was against the 4-5 majority of a supermajority to release him in his clause for the next 3 years. So you can't get rid of him unless you have 4 board members that says that you're unhappy with him. I'm also against that Superintendent Spalding brought his own lawyer from Sacramento from his past job and used him with our current president to get this current contract and this raise. I find all of that conflict of interest. There should not be someone that's a friend with him and not use your own lawyer from a previous district. And if you can't give every bargaining unit that same 3%, then the superintendent shouldn't. You lead by example. And also I need to be accountable to the taxpayers.
Okay, the next question is, would you support vocational training for students who may not be interested in applying for college?
Definitely, our trade schools or any way to have secondary education. Not everyone goes to college, so I'm a big opponent for promoting trade schools and any path. We have so many things just within our Solano County, like Karen Sims used to promote for the city of Vallejo. We have jobs that you can get a 2-year certificate and get this incredible job and take these classes through Solano County Community College.
Okay. This was a question sent directly to me. Please do not, oh, thank you. From Alex Matthias, specifically, what are the major issues facing Black, Latinx, Asian, Pacific Islanders, and LGBTQIA students, and what policies have you pushed for to address these issues?
Thank you for that question. Since I've been on the board, it's the first time ever we've flown the pride flag in the month of June and have a proclamation. And also, as I said, since I've been on board, I'm also the president of the Solano County School Board Association, where I said over the last 2 years, I brought training about equity and identifying the gaps, how we get rid of these gaps for all of our students, how it affects graduation rate, or why students don't want to attend. There's so many reasons why, but you have to promote equitable policies and you have to see where those gaps are. That's tough work the trustees must do to identify the gaps, answer the questions, and how to close those gaps. It's serious work that I have promoted and I'm going to keep pushing for in Vallejo. Again, lead by example. Lead as a role model. And that's who I am. I'm an advocate and ally. I do not accept any type of bullying or discrimination. I promote us all because we are different, and that's a celebration.
Okay, next question is, how will you address the school to prison pipeline in Vallejo? And do you support alternative ways of discipline for students that are having truancy and behavioral problems?
It's all about relationship and trust. We need to make sure that our students feel welcomed, that they feel valued. And I'm going back to what I said earlier about image. We need to make sure we have a positive image and promoting all the positive aspects and accomplishments of our students. Far as discipline, PBIS is something we have in Vallejo and something I do personally in my classroom at my school, promoting positive behavior and rewarding students. Gosh, thank you for doing that. Great job. All about respect, responsible, being safe. Far as truancy, again, why are they not coming to school? Is it that trust or that relationship? Do they feel safe? What is going on? We need to have our ASPs call and find out with their parents, what can we do? Can we do a homeschool visit? What is causing this problem? What's the gap? And find out that reason and make sure they feel welcome and that they should be here, that we want them in school every day. And also the why. Why should you be here? Because this is to help you with your future. This is to help you promote, to have the skills and education and relationships to be able to have a successful future. So students need to understand the why it's important.
We have one question that was sent in private to myself, but I have posted it in chat for everyone. From Jerry Castellan, are you in favor of project labor agreements?
Yes, we have that with Measure S. With our Measure S for the last few years, with what we've been doing to fix up our schools that were so dilapidated, it didn't have heat or air, the roofs were leaking. Yes, I am in favor of that, and we are using that.
Okay, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Does anyone have any other questions?
There's one in the chat. Do you have a position on Vallejo Measure P?
Vallejo Measure P, I need to learn and hear more about it. We're going to discuss that later in the meeting, or hear more about it later in the meeting today. So I need to know more about it first before there's a decision on that.
We have less than a minute, 59 seconds left. Any other questions, folks?
Can I give my minute?
Let's give it a moment,
Okay.
45 seconds. So I'll go ahead and if there's no more questions, we'll go ahead and let you give your closing statement, and we'll add 30 seconds to that.
All right, as a trustee, I'm also on the 2x2. A 2x2 is 2 trustees with 2 city council members. And with that, it's very powerful because we bring issues that are happening with the school district, with the city of Vallejo, and be able to address issues. For instance, we had a shooting at one of our schools just about a month ago. It was very scary. Our 2 students got away, thank goodness, there was no harm, but issues about homelessness and how close homeless encampments are to our schools is a big issue that will be discussed at our next 2x2 meeting, and I'm on that committee. We have other very important issues like talking about police presence, the wildfires, about homelessness. There's so many issues, and I'm glad I'm on that committee to work with our city to get things done here in Vallejo. Also, I want to talk about, I'm very proud from all of you. Thank you for nominating me as Southern Democrat of the Year. I'm very thankful and I appreciate that. I also received a nomination of Teacher of the Year. So I'm, as all of you, any of you that know me, I'm extremely passionate about education and students and helping our families. And everything that I do, I'm very dedicated and I do it with integrity. I listen to everyone who's at the table. I might not agree, but I listen and I want to make sure everyone has a voice. I'm trying to think what other things. Again, I'm very proud of my endorsements. I have the most endorsements of the people running for District 5. And I feel that's very important because you have to network. You have to know who to work with. And with budget cuts and COVID and other horrible things going on, you have to be able to find the resources for our families and our students and our teachers to be able to get things done. And that's me. I get things done. I don't sit on the board. I run, I work, and I think that's shown through all my accomplishments and everything that I do when you look at my application.
Ron, that is kind.
I'd be honored to have your endorsement. Thank you very much, and I'll continue to work hard for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Tom, I am not seeing our next scheduled candidate yet.
Yeah, I heard that he is having some tech issues getting in. Tiffany, have you had a chance to send him?
He's having difficulty logging in. He's saying that there was no phone. He doesn't have a Zoom account. And so he needs the phone number to be able to call in or do
Tell him to look at the email that was sent to him because it was in the email.
Okay.
I will resend it to him, or you can send him your meeting, but let me find that real quick.
My meeting is has my what you call it on it. I thought it was private, not a private. I thought it was unique to my only login.
All right. Well, I think we will take an unscheduled, 60-second break. I don't want to. Let's take a 60-second break before we move on to Jack. So if you need to run to get a drink of water real quick, do so. Give our next candidate a chance to get signed in. And if he doesn't get signed in soon, we'll move forward with our next candidate. So let's, like I said, about 60 seconds.
I resent him the full meeting details, so he has the call in as well. Can you verify that you got that?
Yeah, give me a second. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see.
All right, Tom, are we having any luck with either of our next two candidates? I'm not seeing them.
I did text Jack asking him to come in. Tiffany, is Tony calling in?
Well, we have a phone number in our waiting.
Ah,
room.
there it is.
All right.
Okay. Tony, is that you?
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Okay, I'm good to go.
Okay, so you've got 1 minute or 2 minutes for our opening statement.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we're good.
Oh, okay, good. If you can, this is very new for me doing it this way. But anyway, I'm getting started here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ralph Anthony Gross, better known as Tony Gross, and I'm running for re-election for the governing board seat for trustee area 5. And I'm here today to give you reasons why I would be the best candidate, or why I feel I'm the excellent candidate for that position. First thing, I want to let you know that I have, and the only candidate who does have 35 years of public school experience, which has spanned 3 school districts, Sacramento, Richmond, or West Contra Costa, and 25 years, my last 25 years are spent in BCUSD, of Vallejo City Unified. With this years of longevity in public education, I've also had a variety of positions within those 3 districts. I've gone from special ed, or actually teacher for preschool delayed children, all the way up to teaching at the college level. I've worked as principal, secondary and elementary level, vice principal, secondary and elementary level, director of student welfare and attendance. Also did work in areas with the state. When the school district was taken over by the state, I worked in the office of the state trustee for a while, doing some work there, and so I've had I had an assortment of experiences with school districts. So I have a broad knowledge of how districts work and what things need to be done and what things need to be eradicated. The biggest thing for Vallejo is, like I say, I've had 25 years in this district, and I used to tell people, I've done everything from drive the bus to cook the food, but what I do have is the intimate knowledge of how this district works, how it didn't work, how it hadn't worked, and how it does work now, and what it can do to work better. And not only do I have that knowledge with that, I also have. Pardon?
We are at the end of your 2 minutes for your opening statement. So we're
going. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are going to go on to questions now. The first question that we have for you is, who has endorsed you in your race?
Well, so far my endorsements come from individuals. I have 4 or 5. If you want names, I have Rosanna Bertaliga, Mina Diaz. I have Phil Soroyan. I have the Mega Psi Phi fraternity. I have Jamila Haniff and her organization. Let's see, I have Tony Ubaldi. I'm trying to get a list of people here. I have Pippin Dew, Katie Meisner. I have 5 of the city council members. I have like I say, a board member, Tony Ubaldi. And some, I have major organizations I don't have yet. I have a number of individuals.
Okay.
All right. Next question from one of our members. Teachers were really disappointed when you and the majority of the board voted to give Superintendent Spaulding an automatic 3% or $8,400 raise, regardless of how well he performed. Teachers do not get the luxury of automatic raises. Can you explain your reasoning behind this?
Certainly. Contractually, let me kind of back up. In his contract and in all superintendents' contracts, and I want to make that really clear, that there's a provision for at least 95% of them, and I've checked this with CSBA, that superintendents for their protection, I would imagine, have in their contracts, they're generally speaking, they're asking for an automatic increase in raise, and that they call that automatic increase is tied to the COLA that generally happens each year. They're asking for anywhere from 2 to a 5% increase, as you call it, automatically each year. This is something that's been quite universal in their contract. Now, our superintendent has gone for a 3% increase, and we figured because he is somebody that we do want to keep, and he is somebody that can bring real transformation to our district, that the 3% increase was in keeping in the norm between the 2 and 5% that superintendents are asking up and down the state of California. Now, we understand that teachers, we understand that teachers don't have an automatic 3% or 2% or 4% or even 5% increase built into the contract, because technically teachers don't have contracts like that. You know, they're not signed individually like that. But we do know that fortunately we do, as teachers, we do have some increases each year. And lately they've at least hopefully they will continue to be a little bit more reasonable than they have been in the past. And the most teachers, at least the ones who are under a 20-year tenure, tend to get 2 to 3% increase a year based on their movement and their progression. So we didn't find that we found that the 3% increase that the superintendent was asking for was in keeping with the basic wheel of what's going on right now, and especially within superintendents and their contracts.
There are other questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to take
All
them,
right.
Tom.
Next question we have is, how will you address the school to prison pipeline in Vallejo? Do you support alternative ways of discipline for students that are having truancy and behavioral problems?
Okay. Let me kind of rephrase this, I guess. How would I affect the pipeline to prison situation and the truancy situation? That's it?
Correct.
Okay. Let me start by saying this. I definitely, we definitely have a real issue with kids going to jail. And we have an issue with kids not coming to school. Now, many of us know that those two things are highly related. And they're related, and it goes all the way back to when kids were 5, 6, 7 years old when they started school. And this is the thing that we're looking at now for our district. And when I talked about earlier in my earlier speech about transforming the district, we lose many kids between grades 1 and 12. We know that. We've been doing that. And the reason we lose them is because we are not able to be relevant enough and to be able to be, we're not able to be relevant enough to meet their needs in a way where they feel safe and secure in who they are by getting the knowledge that they need to get and the opportunities that they need to get, so the whole prison entry system doesn't become a default place for them other than education. Now, when you talk about the truancy, and kids don't come to school because they feel there's nothing at school for them. You know, they won't come to school, but they'll go somewhere else. And so it all goes back to when we can make school a relevant educational mecca for them, then our truancy issues won't be an issue. Our prison to pipeline issue won't be an issue. Right now, we don't graduate 100% of our first graders. You know, they don't graduate from, presumably they go through our public school for 12 years. 100% of them don't graduate. A lot of them don't have a clear path of where they're going when they do get out of high school. And all of this is a reflection of the misses that we have created within those 12 years of education. As they've journeyed through, they need to be taught those pathways. They need to see those opportunities. They need to become very literate. They need to learn how to make opportunities for themselves. They need to learn how to explore, and all of those things take teaching. And these are the things that we need to do. We need to support our teachers in teaching that, and we need to make sure that our students are able to learn that. Because if we don't, truancies are not going to be eradicated by a truancy program or finding a truancy officer, or for God's sake, having SROs or all this kind of stuff. That's not going to do it. What's going to do it is when kids feel that their education is more important than anything else. That's when they come to school. You know, and like every teacher would tell you, you know, some classes kids don't go to. Some classes kids hang around the front door. Why is that? It's an interest-bearing situation. And we know that in public schools we lose kids. People are leaving our district now. Why? Because they don't feel that VCUSD can give them, or their kids can give them, the educational achievement levels that they feel their kids should be at, or the comfort that I can send my kid to Joe Blow school and he will end up being a scholar or doing this, or that I know that they will help him move toward a successful future. That's not pardon me?
You have 3 minutes left, and we have some more questions that I'd like to ask.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Teachers, they like to talk.
Yes, we do.
Historically, Vallejo School District has had problems with keeping students safe. What are your plans to address this? And a reminder, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, now, Tom, say that again now. I missed it.
Historically, Vallejo schools have had problems keeping students safe. What are your plans to address this? And we have
okay. Well, when you say, I want to kind of clarify. You say historically Vallejo has a problem keeping kids safe. I don't know if I would say it like that. What I would say is, as a school district, safety has to be very prominent in what we do every day. But then again, and I go back to safety, the lack of safety, as it were, it goes back to a function of the lack of relevant education that's going on at that site. Now, granted, we have seen that there have been people outside of the school itself who come in and do things that heretofore people wonder, I don't know who that is, and this, that, and other, and they do that. And we try to circumvent that by doing things on our perimeter to keep our perimeter safe. But inside the schoolhouse itself, inside those classrooms and inside those hallways, if we can't make the morality of everybody there comfortable and they feel secure, then that feeling of being unsafe will always be there. And we do that by making sure that everybody there gets their needs met within those school systems. And that's something that sometimes we miss. And we don't have that luxury anymore. We have to make sure that every one of our kids are tended to properly and we need to understand that each one of those kids and their community they live in are individualized. So we have to provide the resources to be able to make sure that comfort level is given to everybody.
Trustee Gross, there's another question. You have 40 seconds left.
Okay.
I'm going to skip over one question to go to one that is related to your questionnaire. You did not complete The question 24, are there any parts of the CDP platform that you do not support? If so, and why? You have 30 seconds.
No, no. I mean, I'm a lifelong Democrat, so I always supported the Democratic Party. So with that, I would say no.
Okay. Another quick question in 10
That was
seconds.
quick, huh?
And another quick question is, who won the 2020 presidential race?
Who? Pardon me?
Who won the 2020 presidential race?
Who won the? Well, no, I was going to be funny. You asked me if Joe Biden. You asked me if Joe Biden is the president. Well, I think he is.
Okay. So with that, you have a 1 minute closing remark.
Oh, okay. In closing, I would like to say this. As I said at the beginning, I believe I'm the best and most experienced candidate for the job. I understand the ups and downs of our district. I know that we are not perfect, and we never will be. But I know that we have a whole lot of room to improve, and that's what I see us doing now. Bottom line is we need to save our kids, and we need and we're already a day late and $1 short. So it's real, and then I have already started like the strategic plan in the district. We've looked at doing some things, some other things that we know that will bring an enhanced vigor in the district. And the other thing is I'm very concerned about employee satisfaction. You know, our teachers and everybody else in the school district has a part to play. You talk about in safety and raising our kids or teaching our kids or educating our kids. We need to educate our kids to the fact of knowing exactly what's going on and giving them all the information they need to make it in life. And I know with me being part of that board, we will be moving in that direction.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Gross. We have reached the time limit. Thank you for attending today.
Okay, and I thank you for all this. And unfortunately, I'm glad I got in. I'll just say it like that. I'm glad I got in.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you now. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. Next up, let's let him in the room, is our candidate for Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District Governing Board Area 5, Jack Flynn.
I am
Jack,
here.
you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Jack Flynn. Many of you know me because I've been involved for 6 years. When I was 12 years old, I started being involved in Democratic politics. It was the honor of my life. I saw a need in my community to elect Hillary Clinton as the president of the United States. I introduced myself to the Democratic headquarters, and I made over 12,000 calls for Hillary Clinton. Even though I was just 12 years old, even though I was in 7th grade, I was so determined. I actually joined so young that I was too young for the Young Democrats at the time. Ever since then, I have been so excited to be involved in Democratic politics. I've been throughout the years. I've helped volunteer at crab feeds. I've planned trivia nights. I've been your solid rock. I was secretary, then president of the Young Democrats, and now I'm currently the outreach executive officer in the Northern Club. I'm running for this race because we need a true blue Democrat in this seat, a Democrat who's been a Democrat for his entire life, a Democrat who cares about the values of our party and wants our party to win. We need a Democrat who will advance our values on the Fairfield-Sassoon School Board. We need a Democrat who will fight for students, teachers, classified staff, parents, and the community on the governing board. I hope that you would join me in my race to make sure that we have that true blue, solid Democrat in this seat. I am so excited to be running a campaign that is uplifting the entire community. And on the board, I will advance the values of the Democratic Party. I would be honored to earn the endorsement of the Solano County Democratic Central Committee because truly this is my second home. I love the Democratic Party. I think of myself as a product of what happens when the Democratic Party invests in its youth. And I would be honored to earn the endorsement of the Solano County Democratic Central Committee for Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District Trustee Area number 5.
All right, with 5 seconds to spare. Okay, we have a couple of questions for you already. Let me just get the timer started. So the first question, who has endorsed you in your race?
So many people. I found out that I am endorsed by the Napa Solano Central Labor Council. I'm the only candidate endorsed by them. I'm the only candidate endorsed by the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified Teachers Association, our California Teachers Association affiliate. I've been endorsed by Mayor Benicia Steve Young. I've been endorsed by Vallejo School Board Member John Fox. I've been endorsed by 3 of the 7 Vacaville School Board members, including Cecil Conway and Vice President Michael Kitses. I'm endorsed by FSUSD Board Member Anna Patero, who my opponent voted to censure. I have been endorsed by Dixon Unified School District Board Member David Bowen. I've been endorsed by the previous 2 chairs of the Central Committee, and I have been endorsed by Anthony Adams, who is the former Sassoon City Council member and current chair of the Sassoon City Planning Commission, along with many other community members, parents, students, teachers, classified staff as well.
Okay, the next question, what are your positions on charters and vouchers?
You know, back in March and April, I think John Fox talked about this a little better than I will, but I was at the SCO meeting opposing the Caliber Charter in Vallejo. And even though I'm not a VCUSC student, I am very opposed to charter schools. I think that charter schools represent a drain on our financial resources as a district. If we want to be able to invest in our teachers, invest in our students, invest in our classified employees, we can't do that with a charter school that's draining our financial resources. So luckily, Fairfield-Sassoon is very lucky that we don't have charter schools and we don't have any in the works. But if a charter school comes within my term, within 4 years, I am prepared to vote no on it. And I will listen to CTA. I will listen to FSUDA. I will listen to the CLC, and I will vote no on any charter school proposal that comes here. That's a guarantee.
All right. The next question is, what would you do to help green our schools, make them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what would you do to bring more climate oriented education, including solutions to the climate crisis, to our K-12, K through 12 curriculum?
The first thing we need to do is we need to bring back school home to school busing. Currently, the district's majority voted to eliminate home to school busing, which means that instead of having a bunch of kids in a school bus going to school, you're having them all in like different cars going to school. That's terrible for greenhouse gases. That's terrible for our carbon footprint. We need to have that option of busing. It shouldn't just be for when you have an IEP. It should be for everyone, period. I think that also matters with equity. I also think it's important that we invest in solar panels at every single site. We have bond monies, a bond upcoming, and if it passes, I'm prepared to use those dollars to invest in solar panels and energy efficiency at every single one of our sites so that we can reduce our carbon footprint. And I also want to do is I want to teach kids about climate. I want to teach them about conservation in the schools. We have an incredible opportunity at our secondary sites like Rodriguez and Fairfield and Armio to be able to teach about the climate crisis. Look, my generation is the one that's going to be inheriting the climate crisis. We're going to be grappling with the consequences of it. We need to teach the kids what is the climate emergency, why it matters so much, and what they can do to help to stop it.
Okay, the next question is more of a statement. Mr. Flynn, you are the only true Democrat. This is from Steve Quinlan. In the race, what year did you first join the Democratic Party, and how is your youth an asset for the position?
First, I want to say I joined the Democratic Party when I was 12 years old. Again, too young to be a young Democrat. I made thousands of phone calls from people like Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Gavin Newsom. You've seen me there were times actually during the 2016 election where I would, during GOTV, where I would show up at 6 a.m. to make calls for 9 a.m. in North Carolina and leave at 9 p.m. So I would spend more time at the Democratic headquarters than my own home. In comparison, again, I just want to put this out there. I'm not trying to attack. I'm not trying to run a negative campaign, but my opponent switched to the Democratic Party 2 months ago. And the only real reason was because I was running. And, you know, we need someone who represents the value of the Democratic Party, that we support our good down ballot Democrats. Something I learned in the era of Trump is we need good down ballot Democrats in local offices. We need good down ballot Democrats who are going to fight against this egregious overturning of Roe v. Wade. We need down ballot Democrats who will fight against charter schools. fight for our teachers, for our classified employees. I will also say that my youth is especially important to this race because this is a school district seat. I have 13 years of experience in the school district. I was K through 12. I've been in a school district. I've seen what is working well. I've seen what needs to be improved. And I think my youth is an asset because I can connect with kids. If elected, I will be the first elected official in this county that was born in the 21st century. We need someone who is able to be able to connect with the community, know what's in touch, and be able to find common sense solutions for those problems.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Actually, I have a question, Tom. As is mentioned, certainly you are quite a young candidate. I'm not sure what your current education status is. This is a 4-year term. What are your plans for either education or career that you can ensure that you will be able to serve for a full 4-year term?
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that question. So currently I'm a student at Solano Community College. I also served as a student trustee on the Solano Community College District Governing Board. In that position, I just want to say that we voted for a vaccine or test mandate. We voted to end our contract with the Sheriff's Office because of the 3%er scandal and create a new Department of Campus Public Safety because of our commitment to equity and making sure that every student feels safe on campus. We also really did a lot with that. That's why actually Mike Martin, who's on the college board, endorsed me. I have the only endorsement from a college board member in this race. I will say that when it comes to my career, I'm young. I'm excited to get involved. Right now, I'm 100% focused on winning this general election. We know that we're going to have a fight in this race because you're going up against an incumbent, but I'm prepared. I'm prepared to walk. I'm prepared to canvass. We are working with FSUTA to develop a plan for walking and canvassing and making sure that we are able to win this election. So that is what I'm focused on. And that's why I've said repeatedly, both publicly and privately, I'm focused on winning this election. And of course, educationally, staying at Solano and then transferring to a 4-year university to earn a bachelor's and then later master's degree in history.
So you mentioned the school bond measure for Fairfield Sassoon. Do you support that measure, that ballot measure?
Yes, and I will say that with that, I think that what we need right now is a school board majority that is not just going to support it, that is going to use the dollars effectively. For instance, I support project labor agreements 100%. And in my opinion, it's not really worth passing a school bond measure if we're not going to use a project labor agreement. So yes, I support it, but we do need a project labor agreement for that bond measure. We also need to invest. Career technical education needs to be number 1, not number 5 on the list. We also need to focus on lowering class sizes and making sure that we build more art and music classrooms. So yes, I do support it. However, I'm going to offer a more pro-labor, pro-union, pro-teacher approach on how we spend that bond dollars. And right now, actually, what the district did is they just decided to put the bond on the ballot without talking to labor first. And if I was the incumbent, what I would have done is talk to labor, talk to the CLC, and make sure that everyone is on the same page. And that's that spirit of collaboration of why I'm running.
Okay, next question. How will you address the school to prison pipeline in Fairfield? Do you support alternative ways of discipline for students that are having truancy and behavioral problems?
Thank you, Danny, for that question. It's a very important one. The school to prison pipeline is a systemic problem that we need to work collaboratively and holistically to address. What I support is taking a look at the issue and seeing where we can improve. It should never be a school to prison pipeline. We need to get rid of that. School should be a place where you are able to learn and you are able to, lead a better life. And when we do have these issues of people being over punished for very small or minor offenses, what we are saying is that we're not wanting to value in this district, and we want to value every single student, especially through an equitable lens. Equity is central to why I'm running. We need to be equitable in how we look at every single issue. I think Ian said it best earlier that we're giving each student what they need to succeed. And that's my approach to fixing the school to prison pipeline, giving each student what they need to succeed, giving them more opportunities, more resources to succeed, And when it comes to alternative methods of discipline, I'm absolutely open about that. Because I think that, if a student is needing help, the answer is not to kick them while they're down. The answer is to give them the help and resources that they need to succeed. And I think if you do it that way, school actually will be safer, and we will take it in a holistic approach.
All right, seeing no questions. I don't see any other questions. Vamping for a minute. I don't see any other questions. So Jack, let's go to your 1 minute close.
Thank you so much, everyone. I want to close out by thanking all of you for the past 6 years. Many of you have known me. I have been active in a lot of the Democrat clubs in this county. I served as secretary and the president of the Young Democrats. I currently served as outreach for the Northern Solano Democratic Club. And I am someone who really represents what happens when the Democratic Party invests in young people. I'm a true blue Democrat wearing this seat. I also want to say in closing a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt. Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." I believe that the beauty of FSUSD's dreams belong in those dreams of the parents, student, teachers, classified staff. We need to look at education equitably. We need to invest in making our district more green, more sustainable, and make sure that we support our teachers, students, classified staff, and parents. I'm the only candidate endorsed by the Fairfield-Sassoon Teachers Union, the Central Labor Council, and elected officials across this county. I'd be honored to earn your endorsement.
Okay, 7 seconds left.
Great, thank you, Jack. And now we're moving on to our next presenter, next candidate, as soon as she goes into the room. Nancy Dunn, who is running for Vacaville Unified School District Governing Board Area 1. And if we could spotlight Ms. Dunn.
There we go.
Okay, you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning. It's nice to see those of you who I know and those of you who I know by reputation. Thank you for taking your time this morning to get to know me a little bit more and know why I am running for Vacaville Unified School Board Trustee Area 1. I am a 25-year classroom teacher, and I am currently out of the classroom serving as Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District's, Fairfield-Sassoon Unified Teachers Association President. And in those two capacities, both as a classroom teacher and as a teacher leader through my union, I realize how important it is to have people on the school board who are going to be strong advocates for public education and also bring forth the values that are important not only to teachers and classified staff, to parents and community, but also to the democratic values that I think we all share.
Okay.
So do I go ahead and start answering the questions that are in the chat?
We will read them out so that everyone
Okay.
can hear them. So a couple of questions for you. What is your position on vouchers and charter schools?
I am a proponent of public education. Therefore, I think there is absolutely no reason for charter schools or vouchers, most particularly independent charter schools. And so I think that when we work on making public education inclusive and representative, where we attract and retain personnel at the school sites that make public schools the place where families want to send their children and students want to come to learn, then that will take care of the need of any reason for charter, especially independent charter schools.
Okay, and the next question is, who has endorsed you in your race?
I am very proud to have the endorsement of Vacaville Teachers Association, also the Napa Solano Central Labor Council, also the Building Trades endorsement. I have also been endorsed by the current trustee in Area 1, which is Shelley Daly. She decided not to run. And one of the first conversations I had when I was thinking about this was to have a conversation with her and in fact, receive her endorsement early on. I also have the endorsement of current and former Fairfield Sassoon Unified School District trustees that I have worked with.
And the next question is, who is opposing you in your race?
My opposition came in 4 minutes before the deadline. She, as I understand it, is a person who is actually very pro charter schools. She, I believe, is connected with Kairos Academy in Vacaville. And I don't know her personally. I only know her through her social media accounts and through some conversations with people who are aware of her stance on public education.
Okay. Sorry. Question from Danny Espinoza. How will you address the school to prison pipeline in Vacaville? And do you support alternative ways of discipline for students that are having truancy, substance abuse, academic, mental health, or behavioral problems?
In some ways, I believe those two questions are connected. So I'm going to sort of answer them in a combined way. We have to bring what we used to call a discipline system in our public schools to something that is one version or another of restorative justice. To have students who are having trouble in school have a punishment that is to keep them away from school only exacerbates the problem of them not wanting to be in school and not addressing their needs. So we need to also understand that when there are problems in a school or a classroom or on school grounds or at a school event, that there are multiple parties that need to be addressed. Not only the offender, but those who have been offended, and make sure that we have restorative justice practices that bring those together. That is not to bring those parties together to hopefully have a deeper understanding and build relationships that move forward. That is not to say that there aren't some actions that have to have some serious consequences. But I also believe that the vast majority of the students who are in our schools are there to learn and do the right thing and behave the right ways. And sometimes we need to also take a look at the fact that the rules in public schools are based very much on a white middle class set of standards. And so to have a better understanding of the cultural backgrounds and the diversity in our schools may make us view some discipline issues in a slightly different way. And I think if we bring all of those together, we can start working towards addressing the school to prison pipeline.
Okay. And our next question is, what would you do to help green our schools, making them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what would you do to bring more climate oriented education, including solutions to the current climate crisis, to our K through 12 curriculum? That was asked by Dr. Bonnie Hamilton.
I am absolutely passionate about climate justice. I actually was asked to be a reader on a book that was recently published for students in grades 5 through 8 on how to address climate psychology and help our students who are being impacted through climate stress, even when they aren't clearly able to identify that is the one of the cause of the stressors and their mental health issues. So I was very proud to be asked to be a reader for the author on that book. It's called All the Feelings Under the Sun. Also, as far as practical matters, I think that I mentioned in my written questionnaire that sometimes there are certain programs, for example, solar panels, that might be cost neutral. But I think we need to look at it not just from a cost savings, but also from finding greener energy for our schools and also modeling for our community different alternative ways to solve problems that are more green. I think one of the biggest areas that we can address sort of to answer a nuts and bolts part of that question would be when I am in schools and I see the tremendous amount of waste and packaging in school lunches. I think we can approach that by having more local sourcing and also think about whether or not the recycling programs in the schools are actually being effective. I can tell you that in many classrooms, there is the trash can and the recycling bin, but they are sort of used interchangeably. And I think that we could improve a lot of our recycling efforts just by having some additional education and discussions around using those two receptacles appropriately.
Great. Our next question, please discuss the role of a school board member in the recruitment and retention of employees.
One of the things that I think is most important to a healthy school district is retaining high quality school staff, both classified and certificated. And I think the way that a school board member impacts is by creating a culture and a climate where school staff are respected, where negotiations are not prolonged, where there is an understanding that while salary needs to be competitive, it's working conditions that actually keep staff in one school district. We are in an area that is easily to commute from one area to another. And so we need to be, the school board members need to set the tone in a district through their policies and decision-making to make sure that people want to stay, in this case, in Vacaville Unified. And I also think another area where the school board member can be very impactful, and it's something that I am very passionate about, is community-based schools. And by that, I mean the idea that a lot of the decision-making is returned to site-based decision-making. And I think that that is another direction that a school board member can lead, and it will help improve all of the schools and the climate in any school district.
Okay,
Okay, there's
do we
3 minutes
have
left. Any more questions?
any other? Okay.
Sorry.
Actually, let me ask one, since I asked it of one of our other candidates. As someone who has been active on the labor side of the conversation in the past, do you think you can be objective when it comes to balancing the needs of your staff members and bargaining units with your other budgetary constraints when making those decisions and balancing your budget and determining the best spending for your district?
I absolutely believe I can. As for the last 5 years, going into my 6th year as president of Fairfield Sassoon Unified Teachers Association, I have a fiduciary duty and to make sure that our funds are spent appropriately, that we are focused both on membership engagement, in membership and recruitment, but also making sure that our bills are paid and that things are fiscally sound. So while that is a smaller budget than I would be dealing with at a district level, I do think that I have those skills that are necessary to see issues from multiple sides. And I'm also a very good coalition builder. Again, in my role as president, I don't have direct authority over anyone. So my job is to build coalitions and to communicate. And so I think by coalition building and communicating and bringing the knowledge that I have, I will be able to balance those sometimes conflicting factors between employee compensation and sound fiscal management.
Do we have any other questions? I think, Tom, you're supposed to have about 1 minute left for questions. All right, well, I guess we can move on to your closing statement then. 1 minute, please.
Okay, well, thank you again so much for your time and consideration. I believe that I will represent the employees, the administration, and most importantly, the students and community in Vacaville if I am lucky enough to be elected to the Vacaville School Board. I think that I have a wealth of experience and knowledge that would help make me a good board member. And I, as a lifelong Democrat and a lifelong educator or believer in public education, I see that there is a huge connection between those values. And so I would greatly appreciate the endorsement of the Solano County Democratic Central Committee in my journey towards this election and hopefully winning the seat.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
All right. Tom, do we have either of our next two candidates available to us at this point?
So I did send a text to Maria. And sent her the email again.
Do I leave the meeting or will you be exiting me?
Sorry. Yes, I will.
I mean, I'll hang around and talk if you want.
Thanks so much, Nancy.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay. I have sent Maria a note. I have not heard from Jonathan either, but let me reach out to him. Otherwise, we do have Mark Stein, but I'm not sure if he is at his computer. I know he joined early. So let me. I'll go on camera and give a couple of calls.
Okay, folks. Obviously, we are waiting to see if our candidates are showing up. In the meantime, let me throw it open to the members. If any of you have any comments you wish to make about any of the candidates we have heard from so far, if you want to pump for your favorite candidate that's spoken, I invite you to unmute and make your pitch.
Monica Brown's hand is up.
So, just real fast, I've worked with Nancy Dunn. Everything you said, everything she said, spot on. She's honest as the day is long, tell you what it's like. Definitely support her, guys. I had no idea she was running till about a week or so ago. So I'm sure Kevin probably might feel the same way too, but yeah, so she's what we want. That's what I want. I want all of the teachers to run for school board. Let's take over and get rid of these damn effing charters. And she's right about this chaos or what the hell it is that's in Vacaville. That's getting really bad up there too, guys. So, all right, I'm done. Thank you.
Jeanette Wiley's hand was up, and I saw Steve Quinlan and then Corey Penrose.
I will just echo what Monica said. I talked with Nancy not too long ago when she was contemplating running, and I do feel like the Vacaville School Board has a lot of issues and that Nancy would be a good voice for that. And it's kind of funny because she lives closer to Travis Air Force Base, but she's not in my district. She's in a different district. So I'm not in my city council district, but she's in that area for the board. So I do say yes, support Nancy.
Steve Quinlan and then Corey Penrose.
The VEA, the Vallejo Education Association, hasn't made any formal endorsements yet, but the teachers overwhelmingly support John Fox. Teachers are all pretty angry at Tony, Christie, and Ubaldi for changing the contract. The superintendent's contract, where he gets a 3% raise, which for him is $8,400 in perpetuity. And they changed the contract where it takes a super majority to fire him. So before it used to be a simple majority, 3 out of 5. Now it's 4 out of 5. So yeah, teachers support John Fox.
Okay, Corey next.
And then Bridgette's hand was up too.
You're muted, Corey.
Sorry about that, guys. My mistake. Hi. As an educator in Vacaville, I would really urge this committee to not just support Nancy Dunn, but campaign for. As mentioned earlier, the independent charter that's in Vacaville went on to some of the Facebook groups, the really anti-vaxxer people, the anti-mask people, the folks who are running around wearing all sorts of offensive clothing and going out in the community, attempt to agitate people. They went on to one of those groups and they said, we need someone to run for the school board against the union president. And so that's the background of the person who is opposing her. This is going to be a very important race for the educators in Vacaville. And I hope that my comments help to communicate how important this race should be for the Democratic Central Committee. Thank you.
Bridgette, your hand is up next.
Yes. I also want to advocate for a vote for Nancy Dunn. She's amazing. And also for our lifelong Democrat, Jack Flynn, I've worked with him over the past 6 years, and he is indeed a true blue Democrat, and I'd love to see him in office. Thank you.
All right, I will just add that based on what research I was able to do, Nancy Dunn's opponent is a press secretary for a Republican member of the state Senate. So I think that shows she certainly probably is not inclined to our values, to put it tactfully. So I would also urge you to support Nancy Dunn in that race. We see in the chat, Tom said that our next candidate is unable to join us, and we're working to get Jonathan, who was scheduled to be here at 11:45, which it now is, to log on. So
and I have called him, texted him, and re-emailed him, and so we'll have to see.
All right, thank you, Tom. Again, any other feedback about our candidates? Because I don't want to go to our gentleman who's scheduled for an hour from now, if we can help it. And quite honestly, I think you would probably prefer to have a longer lunch hour if Mr. Richardson is unable to join us. Steve, your hand's up again.
Yeah, I would just like to say I support Jack Flynn. He's my alternate, and also he has a lot of experience. I know people might have some concerns about his age, but he knows more than a lot of grown adults do when it comes to democratic politics and politics in general. And his opponent just switched parties in 2022, sometime this year, where he was a Republican before. So not a true Democrat.
Tiffany, I see your hand up next.
Yes, I'm good after, well, almost afternoon, but good morning, everyone. I definitely would like and urge the committee to obviously vote for Jack Flynn as well. I think we can all safely say that he is the true representation of what we are talking about when we say that we want to engage young people and work them through the ranks of the Democratic Party. I am really excited for the potential of the Fairfield Sassoon Unified School District with him on the board. I've actually seen what a board could actually do when they actually have somebody that comes from the classroom per se, or was a former student in the district, and having that perspective is going to be really invaluable to that school district. And so again, however we can support Jack as a committee, as a community, as a county, I think he is a prime living example of what we're talking about when we say that we want to engage young people. So I urge the committee to continue to support Jack in his efforts for school board.
Monica, your hand's up.
I just wanted to indicate, I understand with the thing with Jack, but the vitriol, the harassment that Anna Patero has had on that board is a disgrace. And I understand with Zoom, and I understand with the pandemic and stuff, it was hard that we couldn't find anybody to run against the other ones. And, you know, and when we go through and discuss it, but it's ugly up there. And it's so anyway, so we're starting in the right direction. And so at least Anna doesn't feel alone. So I really would appreciate that.
Don, there was a question in the chat from Corey about Measure P. He would like to do a presentation.
I think we want to kind of stick to our agenda because I know some of our afternoon candidates are kind of relying on our agenda and the timeline we sent to them. Looking, I see no more comments. So I'll just point out again, for those of you who have not entered it, the code for voting is, so I'm just entered in the chat. It is SCDCC underscore Gen ballot EUBM underscore 1850. It is case sensitive, so look in the chat to enter it if you've not already done so. Again, we are trying to respect our bylaws, which require you to be the vote to be by members present in voting, which is why we are entering the code at various points in the meeting. So again, if you've not entered that code, please do so that your ballot is valid and you can proceed with your voting.
I have had no communication from Jonathan for Fairfield Sassoon. So early lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you really want to sit here and wait to see if he arrives.
Nope.
With that, I will say feel free. Go ahead, grab your lunch, do what you need to do. We will be reconvening our session at 12:30. And hopefully our 12:30 gentlemen will join us on time and go from there. Jeanette, your hand's up.
So should we leave the meeting and then log on again, or what? What's the best way to do that?
So the meeting will be up. So I would suggest you leave it logged in if you can. If you can't, then you'll come back in. But we will.
But we can just leave it open. Okay.
Yeah, we will be displaying the splash screen that says lunch break so that people who are on our live stream will know what's happening.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. Thank you for your good questions this morning. And we will see you at 12:30. Have a good lunch.
Okay, folks. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the music.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be getting underway in just a couple of minutes. We've been informed that a couple of our candidates were having technical issues this morning, receiving our emails. We're going to try to work them in to the schedule as space permits. So we appreciate your patience and understanding as we try to work them in and allow them for a shot to be heard. So again, we'll be getting underway in just a couple minutes. All right, it is 12:30. Can I please get a quick show of hands from you if you are back at your computers? Again, if you are back at your computers, please raise your hands. And for the moment, leave them up.
Don, I can't raise my hand for some stupid reason.
Okay.
But
I'm just trying to make sure that we have at least a semblance of a quorum. And it looks like we do. I'm getting enough hands up. Just checking. Looks like our voting, okay, looks like we have a quorum of voting members. Okay. And just one final ask, if you can't raise your hand, just please give a quick yell out, unmute and just say you're here. And identify yourself by name, please. Okay, looks like we have a quorum. All right, thank you all. Again, the code for voting has been posted in the chat a number of times. I will ask Tom to post again momentarily. For those of you who have not yet logged it into your ballot. And we see our first contender for the afternoon is in waiting, so I'm going to let him in. And if Tom, if you could spotlight Julian.
Sorry, I'm doing like 18 things at a time.
I am hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly. Julian Cuevas.
Hi, good afternoon.
He's a candidate for Dixon Unified School District Governing Board. Thank you for joining us. And you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement.
Great, thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. I am really excited to be here this afternoon to seek the endorsement from the Democratic Party here in Solano County. Here in Dixon, it's been quite a bit of a whirlwind when it comes to our public education system, as it has been throughout the state and throughout the country. I think with my background in not only public policy, specifically in education policy, but the fact that this is my hometown and that I know the people that live here, that I've gone through the education system here and graduated from here, I think really does position me best to really represent the needs of our community and to really look for forward-thinking solutions to help really turn a corner here as we now move into a more endemic mode of our community, and look for ways to ensure that our students are getting their academic success, that there's equitable access to our education system here in Dixon, to ensure that our families and our parents are fully engaged in their kids' education, and then of course ensuring that we're supporting all of them with mental health access and ensuring that our campuses are safe. Safe for healthy learning environments. And so I truly appreciate the opportunity here and look forward to answering the questions you may have for me today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. First question I am seeing is your answer to question 24 of our questionnaire was that you generally support the CDP platform. Are there any specific aspects that you do not agree with?
Not necessarily. There was one component that indicated that we should be replacing our school resource officers on our campuses. I don't necessarily agree with that full-heartedly. I do believe school resource officers should be a part of the equation. I think there should be a partnership with social workers, a partnership with our school districts and mental health services, as well as our school resource officers to ensure that we are fully supporting the needs of our teachers, our classified staff, and our students.
Okay, next question. You listed the endorsements by Sheriff Tom Ferreira and District Attorney Krishna Abrams, both who have refused to hold their officers accountable for egregious behavior such as belonging to a right-wing militia group, the Three Percenters, and killing unarmed civilians. Why did you accept their endorsement?
Well, clear, I'm here not to speak on their platforms. I sought their endorsement for really the main reason of our school campuses and the safety of our communities. As we're seeing across the state and across the country with the rising of school shootings, we need to ensure that we are building strong partnerships with our local law enforcement to ensure that we have plans in place and that we are prepared to respond in such hopefully unfortunate situations that I hope to never see here in Dixon. Also looking at the fact that, there is no public transportation system here in Dixon. There is no real safe way for our students to get to and from school, or shall we say safe pathways for them to get to and from school. I think those sorts of things need to be done in partnership with not only our local law enforcement, but also our city officials, just to ensure that we are keeping our public safety first in hand, and that our number one priority for our students, teachers, and classified staff is their safety on campus.
Right, our next question. What would you do to help green and reduce the carbon footprint of our schools, i.e. make them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what would you do to bring more climate-oriented education, including solutions to the climate crisis, to our K-12 curriculum?
Yeah, well, I think first and foremost, going back to my previous response, is we need to have reliable public transportation for our students here in Dixon. There are no bus routes, there are no bus stops currently. It's been some time since we've had them. I think by reducing the amount of cars that are on the road, taking our students to and from school would reduce the amount of carbon emissions that we are emitting in our environment. As far as what we would do in the classroom setting, you know, I would hope that our school board and that our teachers would be open to a conversation of looking at potential professional pathways and career pathways for our students. You know, at the end of the day, there are millions of jobs that are being unfilled throughout the state and throughout the country. Could our Dixon Unified School District find innovative ways to help prepare our students for those jobs that are available for them, including career opportunities in our climate and environment sectors?
Okay.
The next question. Oh,
go ahead, Tom.
Sure. The next question is, I think we've touched on a couple of people who have endorsed you. Are there anyone else, or is there anyone else that you would like to highlight that has endorsed you?
Yeah, certainly. I would love to highlight the fact that I've received the endorsement from quite a few high-profile education professionals and leaders, including the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tom Torlakson, the former Chief Deputy Superintendent, Glenn Price, as well as a handful of Deputy Superintendents for the California Department of Education. I've also received the endorsement from the the Solano County Superintendent, as well as Lisa Henderson. And I just received the endorsement as of yesterday from the Napa Solano Labor Council, and pending the endorsement of our local SEIU chapter, as well as the CTA and the DTA. Those are all endorsements that I'm proud of, and look forward to hopefully getting the endorsement here from the Democratic Party.
Okay, and what are your positions on charter schools and school vouchers?
Well, I don't support school vouchers. As far as charter schools are concerned, currently at the Dixon Unified School District, there are no charter schools a part of the Rolodex. I think with the declining enrollment that we're seeing with students and the challenges that we're seeing across the state and across the country in teacher retainment and recruitment, even if there were a possibility of adding a charter school to the district's Rolodex, I don't think now is the time to be considering that. I think there are great examples of where charter schools are working well, and clearly a lot of examples where they're not. But at the end of the day, I think the focus should truly be on that students receive a high quality education, wherever that may be, period.
Okay, and one last question, and these are coming from Corey Penrose. Since you are not an educator, how will you receive input about what's going on in the classroom and the schools?
Yeah, although I'm not an educator, my background is in education policy, having worked for the California Department of Education for a handful of years, first as a legislative policy representative and later as a director of government affairs. So fully understanding and representing the over 6.2 million students, over 300,000 teachers and over 1,000 school districts, really the only way to make change, right? And to bring about systematic change and really make progress is through stakeholder engagement, community engagement. It's what I do as part of my career. It's what I've dedicated my life to in public service, that in order to really ensure that we are moving the needle, we need to be doing so together in a collaborative fashion. And that includes working with our classified staff, our teachers, their union reps, having opportunities to ensure that that our students and families and parents have a safe, level playing field for them to be able to engage and provide input as to where we should be moving our public education system here in Dixon.
Okay, our next question. There are 6 of you running for 3 slots on the school board. Are there other candidates that you support to join you on the board?
I have currently not endorsed any other candidates.
Okay. Next question I have here is, what have you done locally in Dixon for Democrats?
For Democrats. Well, I don't think there's any specific thing I've done in Dixon, but I have worked, with the Democratic Party and Democratic candidates up and down the state and across the country. That has had an indirect or direct impact in the city of Dixon. I have, once upon a time was a student organizer for President Barack Obama's 2008 campaign, was a regional director for Secretary Hillary Clinton's 2016 bid, where I handled the Silicon Valley region in 5 counties, and also represented the Democratic National Committee at the 2016 convention through the Hispanic Media Outreach team. I've been a registered Democrat for over the last 5 years, but I've been voting Democrat for over the last 17, just because my values mostly more aligned with the Democratic Party, and I continue to see that forward.
Okay, next question in our chat is, what level of involvement do you have and have you had in your community?
I'm sorry, could you reframe the question?
Yes, what level of involvement do you have and have you had in your community?
Yeah, so although this is my hometown, I did leave for a bit to pursue my higher education and career experience, bringing that back here to Dixon. Of course, prior to leaving Dixon, was very involved with my local church. Was involved with Toys for Tots at one point, working with the Silverville Christmas Tree Farm. Although that was a paid gig, obviously that is a local staple to ensure that continues to function as a local family business. Since I've been back, I've been involved with the Dixon Chamber of Commerce to help really just look for opportunities to lift our Latino community and our Latino-owned businesses so that we are better serving them, but also just being a steward and a stakeholder in the chamber with its boards and its CEO to really look for meaningful opportunities, intentional opportunities to just really improve the economic development and sector here in the city of Dixon. I think through that, and now here running for school board, I'm just getting started and look forward to continue to contributing to my community.
Okay. Several questions coming in. As a next question, as a person of color, please discuss the importance of representation on the Dixon School Board.
I really appreciate that question. Thank you. Absolutely important, critical, I would say. With our school population being more than 61% Latino, and to not have a single Latino representative on our school board, I think is a challenge. I think you could probably count the number of Latinos on one hand that actually work for the school district, and probably the same as far as teacher representation is concerned. I think the people of color here in Dixon would truly benefit having representation on this board. And if you look really across the city of Dixon, there isn't a single person of color currently elected in the city of Dixon. My hope here is to really not only just come here and do right by our community, but hopefully inspire and engage other communities of color to really be involved in our public policy process here in the city of Dixon.
Okay, next question. Do you speak Spanish? And if yes, how do you envision using it to reach out to the Latino community?
Claro que sí. Of course, I speak Spanish. Spanish was my first language. Unfortunately, in the public sector, it's not used as often. So is it perfect? Of course not. But I plan on leveraging the fact that we need to be speaking Spanish with our communities, especially with 34% of our households in Dixon have now declared as Spanish-speaking households. Again, citing 61% of our students are Latino students, most of whom have Spanish-speaking households. We need to be able to communicate with all of our families to ensure that they're all valued stakeholders in our public education system in Dixon.
Okay, next question. Would you support raising the pride flag at schools or at the Dixon School District Office of Education? And what would you do to ensure that the LGBTQIA people are safe?
I love this question. Absolutely. I would love to see that. I think that it needs to be socialized here in Dixon more. And I mean that in wholeheartedly. We need to have representation across the board. We need to support all of our communities of color, our LGBTQ community. As far as how we go about doing that, it's working with our school boards. I don't know what their position is, school board members are on this issue, but just know that for me, I would certainly be an advocate for our LGBTQ community as a school board member and as a community member.
Time is up for questions. You have 1 minute to wrap up.
Great. Thank you again all so much for the opportunity to be here. I'm running here because it's personal for me, right? As I mentioned before, this is my hometown. I went to school here, but my family's been contributing in Dixon and has been involved in community engagement for, since the late 1970s. My mom was a paraprofessional for the school district. My 3 siblings went through the system here, and so did my nieces and nephews. And so for me, being back home, serving my community, really representing our communities of color in a way that I'm hoping to see in a different light, to give them voice, really gets me excited. And to have your support, right, and be able to utilize our platform here collectively, I think would only help us reach more families. And I think that's what we should be focused on at the end of the day, is how are we better supporting our families and improving the quality of life here in our community to ensure that everyone has a fair shot at getting ahead. So thank you all so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to continuing the conversation moving forward.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Great, thank you so much. You all have a good one.
All right, looking in our waiting room, it appears that our next scheduled presenter is here for the No on Measure P.
I have admitted Mark. Mark, are you there? You're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
How are you?
Fine. Okay, you have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Is this for me?
Yes, sir.
How you doing? Thank you so much for having me. I feel right at home with you guys because before I came to Vallejo, I was the chair of the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee, and I spent many years on the state party executive board. I've been a delegate to the National Convention twice, and so it feels like I'm home talking with family, and I really appreciate you people offering me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'd like to just give you a few reasons why we're opposing the sales tax increase. And reason number one is this is the 3rd time that they've put a sales tax increase on the ballot in Vallejo. Following the city's bankruptcy, we agreed to a 1% increase in the sales tax, which was intended to be temporary, and it was then made permanent. And then just 2 years ago at the last city election, they put a 3/4 cent sales tax increase on the ballot, and the voters said no. And very next election, they come right back with another sales tax increase at an even higher rate, which is, in my mind, a little bit insulting to the voters of Vallejo. And as we know, sales taxes are regressive. This is going to hurt lower and middle income families by far the most. And Vallejo has its fair share of families in those income categories. And it's a regressive taxation on the citizens of Vallejo. And it's not the kind of thing that Democrats ought to be doing. The examples I can give you, the problem is that the city council's irresponsible with their spending. They spend money they don't have on things that we don't absolutely need, that are not vital necessities. For example, they spent $13 million to buy a building on prime waterfront property to use for the police. It's going to require, by their estimates, about another $43 million to upgrade for police use. And it's the wrong location. And the public is highly opposed to it, and now they're searching for a more suitable location, and that's money down the drain. They've
Mark,
spent, yes.
Mark, your time is up for opening statements. Now we're going to go to questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's okay.
I didn't know what the format was going to be.
Okay, so the first question is actually from myself. Would you support a tax measure by the city of Vallejo if it was earmarked for specific causes and a given time frame?
Well, I would have to see exactly what it's earmarked for, but I would be more receptive to giving it thoughtful consideration. But the city decided not to do that because they spent $65,000 on a survey of the Vallejo voters to determine what might be plausible to the voters. And what they discovered was, first of all, that the voters of Vallejo have no confidence in the city council to spend money wisely. And they have a very negative view of the council's conduct. So they decided not to do a special tax that was earmarked for specific projects and would be required to be spent for specific projects because it requires a 66% vote. So they went with this, which requires only a 50% vote, and they can promise whatever they want, as they've done twice before, but they don't keep their promises, and it actually goes into the general fund and they can spend it whatever way they want. And they've just given big pay raises to staff, provided them with cars. They've had, for the first time now, a second assistant city manager position, which is like in the 300,000 range for salary and benefits. And those are things we haven't had before. They've got $700,000 in slush fund money that they've allocated so that each council member can spend $100,000 on whatever they want with no accountability whatsoever. So I would have to carefully look at any tax proposal that was dedicated to specific expenditures to make sure that it was being allocated in a way that was most beneficial to the people of the city.
All right, our next question. Is it true that if approved, this money goes into the general fund and can be used to spend on anything? I think you addressed that, but please answer it again.
The answer is yes. It's true.
All right, and I have one additional question. My understanding is that this tax would be indefinite, that there is no sunset built into the language.
That's true as well.
Does anyone have any other questions? If so, please put them in chat. I'm not seeing any further questions. Tom, have you received any questions or?
No, I have
Are
not.
you if you're asking me, I don't even see a chat box.
No, we have not received any additional questions.
All right, well, in that case, sir, you have 1 minute to give us a closing statement about this ballot measure.
Well, I'd just again like to thank you guys very much for offering me the opportunity to meet with you today. And I would like to encourage you to endorse a no position on Measure P in the spirit of what the principles of the Democratic Party stands for, which is being for the people and not for the special interests. And really, that's where this money has went in the past with our previous 1 cent sales tax increase. It went to special interests, and the promises that they made about apple pie and great streets, and they're going to take care of homeless, and they're going to do this, and they're going to do that. They didn't do any of it. And we have no confidence that they'll spend the money wisely this time. And we ought not to give them more money to waste that we don't have until we've got a council that we've got confidence in that will spend the money judiciously. So I would like to thank you again for your time and encourage you to please endorse our position of no on Measure P, and appreciate the time so much.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And just to be clear for everyone voting, if you do not want to support the ballot measure as written, you need to vote oppose, which is that we are opposing the ballot measure as written and on the ballot. So that would mean that you agree with Mr. Mark's standpoint. If you are in support of the ballot measure, meaning that you want it to pass, you vote support. But thank you very much, Mr. Stein. Great
Thank you
having
so much for your time. It was a pleasure speaking with you today.
Thank you. Just to make sure that everyone is aware what we're talking about, I'm going to read the official language for the measure, which says Measure P, City of Vallejo Transaction and Use Tax Measure to maintain critical city services, such as keeping public spaces healthy, safe, and clean, maintaining fire protection, emergency medical response, and crime prevention, addressing homelessness, blight, dumping, repairing deteriorating neighborhoods, streets, roads, and sidewalks, and for general government use. Shall the City of Vallejo adopt a measure establishing a 0.875% sales tax, providing 18 million annually until ended by voters, requiring audits, independent citizen oversight, and all funds legally required to be spent locally. So that is the language of that ballot measure. All right, thank you. Again, moving on to our next speaker, who I see is in our waiting room on Benicia Measure K. So let me read that one as we admit our presenter. Measure K, City of Benicia. Make sure I'm reading the right one. Yeah, Measure K. City of Benicia, extend duration of urban growth boundary measure. The language of this measure is to continue the existing protections provided by the current urban growth boundary, such as preventing urban sprawl and preserving agricultural land and open space. Shall the City of Benicia extend the existing urban growth boundary until December 31st, 2043, clarify the uses permitted beyond the urban growth boundary, and require that future changes to the urban growth boundary be approved by the voters. So that is the language for that measure. And if we can highlight Bob.
Bob's here.
So, sir, you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement regarding this ballot measure.
Well, great, thanks, Don. I think you kind of said half of what I was going to say, but let me just say, in response to development proposals in the early 1990s, Benicia residents drafted and put on the ballot Measure K. In 2003, Benicia residents voted on and approved Measure K. As Don mentioned, that citizen initiative established an urban growth boundary and stated the Sky Valley, the hills north of Benicia, would remain undeveloped. That Measure K runs for 20 years and expires in 2023. The Benicia City Council unanimously, that was a 5-0 vote, approved placing the renewal of the city's urban growth boundary on the November 2022 ballot. This ballot measure, which is also named Measure K, would extend the protections for an additional 20 years. That is until 2043. The language of the renewal measure is exactly the same as the current measure, except for the expiration date. Measure K discourages urban sprawl, preserves open space, agricultural lands, preserves scenic views, maintains the rural quality of Lake Herman Road, protects natural resources, provides for passive recreation. Measure K has done exactly what it was intended to accomplish. The best way to continue to protect these values is to vote yes on Measure K, November 2022. And hopefully you all will agree to endorse the continuation of Measure K. I'll note finally that Measure K prohibits any kind of development beyond the urban growth boundary, except for by a vote of Benicia voters. I'll also say that I was involved in 2003. I thought for 20 years, wow, that's great. I won't ever have to work on it again. Here I am 20 years later working on it. And I will vow now that if I'm around in 2043, I'll be working on the renewal in 2043 if we're successful. So that's basically the pitch. I certainly willing to answer any questions anybody might have. Thank you.
Okay, folks, do we have any questions?
I just received one question. Is there any opposition to Measure K?
Not at this point. We put together about the language, the argument in favor of Measure K for the ballot measure. It was signed by myself. It was signed by two previous retired mayors, Elizabeth Patterson and Jerry Hayes. It was also signed by Constance Boutel and Sharon McAdams. Sharon worked on it on the 2003 proposal, and no argument in opposition to Measure K was submitted to the register of voters. So hopefully there won't be any other any opposition.
Okay. We have a question in chat. Benicia is working on a housing plan. Does Measure K affect this? And if not, what exactly does it protect?
Okay, so the city of Benicia, as every city, is updating its housing element. And as I'm sure you all know, there are mandatory requirements set down by the state. The city has completed its draft element, and that only is looking at identifying housing sites within the current city limits. And so Measure K establishes or continues what is referred to as the urban growth boundary, which is basically along Lake Herman Road, a few areas south of Lake, a small area south of Lake Herman Road, but essentially the areas north of Lake Herman Road. These areas are currently beyond the city limits. So the housing element is only dealing with those properties within the city limits. And so there's really no effect, no impact of the measure, the continuation of the urban growth boundary in regards to the housing element. In regards to what it protects, well, as I say, it was originally, we put it together in the early 2000s in response to development proposals, residential development proposals for approximately 3,000 houses north of Lake Herman Road. And after that was turned down, withdrawn, I'm not exactly sure what ended up. The city updated its general plan. As part of that, it put in an urban growth boundary, but it was only done through the general plan, so it didn't have the protection of the voter. So by having the urban growth boundary or Measure K adopted by voters, that means it can only be changed by voters. This council or a future city council can't make any changes to it without going back to voters. And again, what it protects, it protects urban sprawl. It eliminates the expansion of the city of Benicia to the north towards Fairfield and Vallejo. It preserves open space. It preserves agricultural lands. It protects the natural resources. It will provide, does allow for passive recreation. So I'll also just say then that basically Measure K prohibits the extension of water and sewer lines to any houses or commercial buildings beyond the urban growth boundary. So therefore it assures that no development, housing, commercial development can occur beyond the urban growth boundary.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? I am not seeing any. Do you have any, Tom?
No, I do not. Again, members of the committee, please post your questions in the chat for everyone. Do not send them directly to a host.
Okay, not seeing anything. I guess you have 1 minute to close.
Okay, well, again, I certainly would ask that the Central Committee endorse the renewal of Measure K. It's done what it was intended to do. It's protected open space. It's protected the hills north of Lake Roman Road. The fact that there's a unanimous Benicia City Council vote 5-0 to place the renewal on the ballot, I think says an awful lot that the city, not just the citizens, but elected officials believe that it has not only done its job, but it warrants renewal for an additional 20 years. And again, the fact that no argument in opposition to it was submitted to the Register of Voters also sends a clear message. So again, I would appreciate the endorsement of the Democratic Central Committee. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time to join us on this measure. Again, as with all these ballot measures, vote support if you support the ballot measure, vote opposed if you oppose the ballot measure, or you can choose to vote the no preference option if you want us to remain neutral. Okay, next up on my agenda, we have City of Benicia Measure R. Measure R is a transaction and use tax measure. It reads, Benicia Local Road Repair and Infrastructure Measure. Shall the City of Benicia enact a measure raising local funds under local control for general government purposes, including repairing, paving and maintaining deteriorating streets, fixing potholes, improving safe routes to schools, protecting local creeks and the bay from toxins and pollution by fixing aging, deteriorating storm drains, by adopting a 3/4 cent sales tax, providing approximately $5 million annually with citizens' oversight in annual audits until ended by voters. And my understanding is that Steve Young is the one doing the presentation on this. So if we can spotlight him. Mr. Mayor, you have 2 minutes to give your opening statement.
Thank you, and welcome to the rest of the committee. This is a measure that addresses or hopes to address the real problem that the city has with the condition of our roads. Benicia, like Vallejo and Southern Solano County, is a lot older than the rest of the county. Our roads are a lot older. Our pavement condition index is now down to 53 on a scale of 100. And we simply don't get enough money from either the gas tax or the state to make any real significant dents in our road condition. We get about $1 million a year from the state, and it has been estimated that we're going to need somewhere in the range of $5 or $6 million a year over 10 years in order to bring our road conditions from 53 up to 70, which is sort of your average basic sea level grade. Now, people have been complaining about roads forever, justifiably, and now the council has decided that this is the opportunity to let the people put their money where their mouth is and either support having enough money to actually fix these roads or just continue to complain. The council voted 4-1 to put this measure on the ballot. All 4 Democrats voted to support it. The sole Republican voted against it, arguing that we should be able to find enough money elsewhere in our budget to do this without a tax increase. The reality is our budget is about $50 million a year, and to take $5 million a year one time might be doable, but to do it every year for 10 years is simply not feasible without gutting some of the basic programs that we're doing. And so we are hopeful that the community will agree with us and that they are generally supportive of the direction that the city is moving in. And if we can get this approved, then we will be able to match the road conditions in most of the rest of the county.
Okay, that is time. Any questions?
All right, I guess to be fair, let me ask the two questions that were posed on the other measure. One is, the first question, is this a general use measure or a special purpose measure?
It is a general use measure. We understand that ideally a specific purpose for roads would be preferable. But bottom line is we need to win this election. And our polling said that it would be very close to 67%, but probably not worth the risk. And we are going to set up a special oversight committee to be sure that it is in fact spent only on roads. One thing that if it passes, the council will meet shortly thereafter and talk about whether or not we want to bond with the proceeds of the sales tax, anticipated proceeds, and do a bond issue, which of course would then limit the use of those funds only to roads and related infrastructure.
Okay, and does this sales tax have a sunset date or is it indefinite?
It's indefinite until removed by voters.
All right, are there other questions from any members of the committee? Going once, going twice. Well, I guess it's time for your 1 minute closing statement then.
Okay, thanks. And again, I'm certainly hopeful that the Central Committee will endorse this measure. It will certainly help when people go to consider whether or not to improve it. We are probably a 65% Democratic community. And so the imprintur of the party, I think, means a lot. And I think this is direct democracy in its most basic level. And it will be a way of judging whether the community is supportive of the direction that the city's taking in general, but in specific on the issue of roads. And so I want to thank the committee for their consideration, and I hope you will endorse or support this measure on your ballot. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, our next measure to be heard is Measure Q, Vacaville Unified School District bond measure. And the text reads, to improve the quality of education, provide science, technology, engineering, and mathematics labs and classrooms, construct, upgrade, and renovate classrooms, restrooms, and school facilities, and repair and replace leaky roofs, shall Vacaville Unified School District's measure be adopted, authorizing $229.5 million of bonds at legal rates, generating on average $13,745,000 annually, while bonds are outstanding at a rate of approximately 4.5 cents per $100 assessed value, with annual audits, independent oversight committees, no money for teacher salaries, and all funds spent locally. And our very own Secretary Corey Penrose is presenting. You have 2 minutes to present.
Hello, Democratic Committee. My name is Corey Penrose, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of beginning my 27th year at Vacaville High School this year. I'm speaking before you today in favor of Measure Q because there's few things which have had a greater positive influence upon the community I serve and the kids I educate than the passage of the previous bond. Vacaville High School, for those who don't know, was a school that was lagging behind technologically for many years. Exposed cables in the walls, no air conditioning, ancient heating in the floor, and the buildings were done in the 50s. When the original bond was passed, it revolutionized education. Teachers are wonderful people. We always show up to give our best effort. But when the facilities are lagging so far behind, it's hard. When the original bond was passed, it changed our professional practice, and it did so much to help all the children in Vacaville learn, regardless of their zip code. This bond would simply continue what's already happened. Homeowners in Vacaville would see no change. It is merely an extension of the bond, which has already been passed by the community of Vacaville. And I urge the Democratic Central Committee to please support it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions from members of the committee?
I am not seeing any.
All right, let me ask you then, for, to the best of your knowledge, what percentage is needed for this bond to pass?
50, I'm not entirely sure. I believe it's 50% plus one, but I would have to check.
Okay. And you said that this is an extension of the existing bonds that are already levied?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
And so this, how, do you know about how long these bonds would continue?
Typically they go for 20 years. This one would go for 30.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone? I'm not seeing any. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. Well, I guess 1 minute close then, please.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. Again, please vote to support this. The CTA affiliate in Backwell has already lined up behind this. Labor in Napa and Solano counties has already lined up behind this. And this could do wonders to help improve the educational outcomes for children in the community. Potential projects include more STEAM classrooms focusing on science, technology, engineering, art, and math, additional learning classrooms for transitional kindergarten, preschool, expanded learning facilities for a 9-hour day for students, which for working parents in Vacaville is a game changer. Continued infrastructure projects for air conditioning, roof, windows, additional security projects for cameras, fencing, physical upgrades, and a central kitchen so we can continue our transition to a true farm-to-table school district. Please vote yes when it comes time to vote on this because our children deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Okay. 9 seconds to spare.
All right.
I'm just
Thank
that
you so much.
good.
All right, next we have a gentleman who was scheduled for this morning. He has some technical issues with his email. So I'm going to call on, okay, Jonathan Richardson, if you can spotlight him, please. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Richardson. Thank you for joining us. Jonathan Richardson is a candidate for the Fairfield-Suisun Unified School District Governing Board in Area 5. Again, thank you for joining us. You have 2 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be able to be before each of you today. For the last 19 years, I have labored in the Fairfield-Suisun area as an advocate for youth and student achievement. For approximately 11 years, I volunteered as a student advocate and mentor within the Fairfield-Suisun Unified School District before becoming a track coach there, getting more involved with the student population, and then eventually pursuing the board where I have been for the last 8 years. I am a United States Air Force veteran. I served honorably for 6 years before I decided to pursue a career with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, where I served as a correctional peace officer for 11 years and now as a parole agent in our local community. I actually work here in the Solano County area. Part of my experience on the board includes my participation in intra-county organizations helping to push career technical education for all of our students. In addition to my appointment to a board with CAPSI across the state of California, where we have developed a strategic plan where we've gained funding through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to provide educational equity and cradle to career opportunities for students across the state of California that has ultimately attracted more individuals from outside of the state that come to participate in our convening meetings that happens twice a year. I have been endorsed by Lizette Estrell Henderson, David Isom, Bethany Smith, Craig Wilson, Helen Tilley, Wanda Williams, Debbie Tavey.
Hi, candidate, that is the end of your 2 minutes. We will now go to questions. So, could you all and I'll get with Wade.
Okay. First question, in what year did you join the Democratic Party? And what party did you belong to before the switch?
So this is a very great question. So I actually changed my designation in May this year. And the reason for that was when I was in the Air Force, part of my ignorance to the fact of not necessarily being politically tied as a young adult, I selected the category of independent. And in that, I've consistently, since the beginning of my voting record, have voted Democratic. However, when it came to recognizing that position politically was not to the benefit of the values that I shared, just being independent by itself, and literally taking that as the definition, it was essentially important for me to make sure that I align myself appropriately on record and in my behavior moving forward to make sure that although I have voted historically always Democratic, that I actually carried the designation. So prior to May of this year, I was independent, but I did in May change my designation to Democrat.
All right, next question. What are your positions on charter schools and school vouchers?
So this is a very wonderful question. So in our community, there has been charter schools that have surfaced specifically in the Vallejo area, but there are also some in Vacaville. What I believe about this is this: charter schools serve a vital purpose of servicing students' needs that may not be offered by the local public school system. What's very important and what I've been very careful about in supporting charter schools is making sure that the charter school that is forming is providing a need and service that actually is helping our students in our community, and it's not something that we are already providing that we can provide to our students and our education partners. And that applies to the voucher as well. Recognizing that students have unique needs, and those needs have to be met in order for them to achieve the educational excellence that we believe is possible for them across the board.
Okay. Did you receive the support of the teachers union? Why or why not?
I did not receive the support of the teachers union. Their statement is that I've not supported their efforts in the community. And I disagree with that because I really believe that we have focused on making sure that we provide adequate and reasonable negotiations and to make sure that we are focusing on what's at the best interest of students and what's in the best interest of making sure that we continue to be that premier district providing academic excellence to our students.
Okay, our next question. What have you done or will you do to help green and reduce the climate footprint of our schools, that is, make them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what have you done or will you do to bring more climate-oriented education, including solutions to the climate crisis, to our K-12 curriculum?
So great question. So we've already begun this work in FSUSD. We just came back from Washington, D.C., our superintendent and one of our principals from being awarded by the White House for one of our green schools, which is Sassoon Valley. And it is our goal and primary focus to make sure that we continue to push towards zero net emissions, to make sure that we're not creating more of a challenge in our environment. We have been looking at inquiring the electric school buses. Those are becoming online in our local areas. Our neighboring districts have been in alignment with the grants that are coming from the federal government. And we're also exploring the opportunities to begin to completely convert and transform our fleet into vehicles that allow for us to have more sustainability and not such a negative impact on our environment. For those of you that live in the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District area of responsibility, you have noticed that over the last 8 years, we have invested specifically in a significant amount of solar integration with our sites. we've hired a energy manager who also is responsible for helping us to continue to look at the best ways that we can reduce our carbon footprint and make a positive impact on our environment.
Okay, our next question, why did you vote to censure school board member Anna Patera?
So there was a censure resolution. A censure did not occur. The censure resolution was to put on notice behavior patterns that could be detrimental to the district, and that the district would not be willing to take responsibility for those behavioral actions if they caused financial, legal challenges for the district itself. Ultimately, there was no official censure. There was a censure resolution that was put in place, and that was to basically help to provide additional information regarding behaviors that would basically not help us to move our district forward, and that could ultimately impact us in a way that could impact how we provide and serve our students.
Okay, our next question I am seeing is what are they, which I assume is referring to charter schools and voucher schools, offering that is special and different from public schools?
I'm sorry, I don't see that question. Can you repeat that again?
The question is, what are they offering that is special and different from public schools? I assume the questioner is referring to charter schools or charter schools.
So if we look at the history of charter schools, many times they provide services to students of different socioeconomic standards. And it's there where some of those services actually help us to reach them in a different way. That is not necessarily where a public school system has been successful because of the curriculum or the focus that education has been established with. So again, as the previous statement stated regarding charter schools and my support for them, when these schools exist and they have a specific mission and purpose, whether it is to increase graduation rates for students of color or for minorities, if it's a specialized school for the integration of technology that's not offered within our district, that creates a pathway forward for students that we are incapable of providing, this is something that I would support, but it would need to be something that is not to a detriment of the entire school system.
Okay. Next question. Why were no teachers present on the district's trip to Washington, D.C.?
So the cost of sending multiple teachers out to DC versus a representation from the site, which is the principal, was something that our district took into consideration. Ultimately, we don't want to spend tons of taxpayer money sending an entire group of individuals to Washington, D.C. when a representative from their site whom they respect can be present and receive that award for them. So with that, we supported our superintendent in addition to the site principal to go out and to receive that award on behalf of that school site.
Okay. What are you doing to promote equity through policy at the district level?
So I am a member of the equity committee through the California Associations of School Board Members. And through that committee, we take time to go to different sites and do equity walks. And those equity walks are not designed to target teachers or students, but it's to look at the environments, look at what the goals are for different curriculums, and to basically provide information that can be shared statewide to help all districts. It's because of this work and this commitment that I've had to equity that I've been involved with that, in addition to CAPSI, that allows for me to help to inform policies, those policies that either we create regarding the equity of our students in education, in addition to those that are recommended by the California Association of School Boards. We provide those in our governance subcommittee. I have had the pleasure of serving as the chair of that committee and reviewing recommended policies that come from the California School Boards Association. That is a recommendation based upon Ed Code and those changes that are happening through the California Department of Education.
Okay. In light of transportation scarcity in Sassoon, do you support home to school transportation for FSUSD students?
I do support home to school transportation for our students. However, in light of our current economic downturn, we have a shortage, an extreme shortage of bus drivers, which really prevents us from moving forward with any plans that would be able to accommodate that. However, I am a product from Waco, Texas, where I had access to a bus in the neighborhood that took me to school. We do recognize when we're talking about how we're reducing our impact on the environment. Obviously, if there's more vehicles on the road, that impacts our environment more negatively. So I do support home to school transportation, and I will support it when the opportunity presents itself to us, where we have the staff that we can hire to support that infrastructure, in addition to the funding that would allow us to do that. And that definitely will be something that we could partner with our local government officials, whether it be from the city level, whether it be from the county, in addition to our state legislators.
Okay, I had a question come in. Do you happen to know what the demographics of the Sisseton Valley School would be?
The demographics specifically, there is a mix. That school in particular is a little bit more diverse than some of our other schools, but the specific demographics I do not have readily available, but it is one of our diverse schools there where we have parents and students that are traveling from different parts of our city, some of which that have applied to go to that school through open enrollment.
Okay. Next question has come in. Did you have technical problems that prevented you from appearing this morning, or were you at someone's town hall?
I actually didn't receive the email. It went to spam. So I did participate in a town hall session with board member Patero as an observer so that I could hear the community feedback there. I did provide some screenshots from my email that show that the communication from your information officer went to spam and it was not received, which it was sent probably about 24 hours ago, but it did not get received in a timely fashion for me to balance both the time that I was going to participate in the town hall meeting regarding transportation, that's home to school transportation, and this session. So it wasn't a technical issue as far as physical technical issue. It was just a technical issue of the system screening it out as potential spam.
Right. Next question. 6 years ago. Oh, we're done. All right. All right. I guess we have time for your 1 minute closing statement then.
I'm committed to doing whatever work it takes to make sure that ultimately our students receive the education that they need to be successful in this community. From the creation of a 3-level high school diploma track for CTE, college or general ed, to supporting students with their pursuits to attend college. These are all things that are important and key to helping us have a vibrant school system. And considering the 19 years that I have served in this district and the various families that I have impacted over the years, it is my commitment to continue to serve with dignity, detail, and honor to all students and to all educational partners.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your willingness to adjust and join us this afternoon. Have a good rest of your day. And again, thanks.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Bye-bye.
Okay. We have of our two other candidates who were listed. Ms. Figueroa also had an issue with her email going askew. And unfortunately, she has a scheduling conflict. She cannot join us today. And Mr. Wade had a scheduling conflict he is not available until 2 o'clock, or he's going to try to call in as soon as he can, but when we talked to him earlier in the week, 2 o'clock was about as early as he would be available, which is why we schedule him at the end, hoping that he could make it. We have other ballot measures that did not present. I believe they are all on the ballot, correct, Tom?
Yes.
All right, so just to make sure that you are all aware of the language, I'm going to go ahead and read each measure to you. Measure D, City of Dixon transaction and use measure. Shall the measure to maintain Dixon's essential services such as fire prevention, rapid 911 emergency response, neighborhood police patrols, disaster preparedness, crime, gangs, and drugs prevention, street pothole repair, attract and retain local businesses and jobs, and for general government use by establishing a 1 cent sales tax until ended by voters, providing approximately $3.1 million annually with independent citizen oversight and no money that can be taken by the state be adopted. I didn't write these, folks. I just that caveat up there. Measure E, Solano County transaction and use tax measure to provide general county services such as enhancing fire protection to reduce wildfire risk, preventing spread of wildfires from wildland areas to residential neighborhoods, improving 911 response times, adding rural and city fire breaks, reducing flammable vegetation, adding firefighters and paramedics, and improving early wildfire detection. Shall Solano County's ordinance enacting a 1/8 cent sales tax until ended by voters be adopted, requiring independent oversight, audits, and all presumably meant revenue controlled locally. We already talked about Measure K. Measure M, Travis Unified School District bond measure to repair aging schools by replacing plumbing, electrical, heating, and air conditioning systems, updating or adding classrooms for math, science, English, robotics, technology instruction, and improving safety and security. Shall the Travis Unified School District measure authorizing $64 million in bonds at legal rates be adopted, levying 6 cents for $100 assessed value, or approximately $4 million annually, while bonds are outstanding, with independent citizen oversight, no funds for administrators, and all funds for local schools only. And finally, Measure S, Fairfield Suisun Unified School District bond measure to improve the quality of education, make health, safety, and handicap accessibility improvements, repair or replace leaky roofs, and construct and modernize classrooms, restrooms, and school facilities. Shall Fairfield Suisun Unified School District's measure be adopted, authorizing $249.6 million of bonds at legal rates, generating on average $17.7 million annually, while bonds are outstanding at a rate of approximately 4 cents per $100 assessed value, with annual audits, independent citizens oversight committee, no money for salaries, and no money taken by the state. So those are the other ballot measures that are coming before the voters this November that you'll be asked to take a stand on. Does anyone want to speak for or against any of those ballot measures? Okay.
I do. Stephen Quinlan.
So Steve, raise your hand, please.
Oh, sorry.
I saw Monica's hand pop up just before you spoke. I'm going to go to Monica first and then you.
It's actually Monica, then Paula, and then Steve.
Okay. I will go with Monica, please.
Okay. All right. So Measure E is the county's 1/8% sales tax. I need you guys to support it. We're looking at raising about 9 million a year. We'll have a bond about 5 million. What has happened is that as the city limits have encroached into the county, there's less funds going into our 4 county fire districts. So we're talking Cordelia, Montezuma, Suisun, and one more that is not coming to me. we're going to have an oversight board. I know it lasts forever. I can't win everything. I wanted it to sunset, but at least we'll be able to get it into a bond. Our goal is to take, for example, Glen Cove. Glen Cove just finally got their firehouse opened. It's not that far away from Homemakers. Homemakers is unincorporated, and we pay into with their sales tax for Vallejo. But there's only enough money till 2024 for Glen Cove. So if we have some extra funds from the county, we can then help keep Glen Cove open by having extra help and to buy more equipment. I'm going to talk about, and because we have fires, guys, I'm going to speak about Cordelia. We have fires on Nelson Hill. We have fires in Benicia that just happened on Lake Herman about a month ago. Glen Cove catches fire a lot. So I'm going to be selfish and talk about District 2. So Cordelia Fire, I don't have any personnel. I don't have equipment. I don't have anything. The money for this is to help and also to have money so that we can speak to each other. Our fire and our police and highway patrol and stuff, we don't all talk to each other. Look at what happened at LNU, guys. That was 2 years ago. So I know it's a lot of money. I get it. But as long as I'm on the board, and when I'm not on the board, which hopefully forever I will be be at board meetings and complaining. So please, please, please. Thank you. Bye.
Paula, you're up.
Hi, thank you. So I am one of the 5 people who signed the anti-Measure P ballot measure in Vallejo, and I'm encouraging you all to vote to oppose this measure. It's just more money down a black hole into the general fund, and Vallejo City Council has not shown that they're good at spending money. They've wasted millions, and the city, I know the city needs money, but more general fund bond money is not the answer. So I'm asking you all to vote against it for all the reasons that Mark talked about. Thank you.
Okay, and Steve Quinlan, you're next.
Yeah, I'm here to speak against Measure S, the Fairfield Unified School District bond measure. 6 years ago, they passed Measure J, and we were told that would get all the classrooms up to par, and they would basically be good for a while. And now 6 years later, they're coming back with Measure S and wanting to pass another bond measure. And we currently have double-digit inflation, and they weren't good stewards of our money with Measure J. Fairfield High, where I graduated from, across the street from my house, is a declining enrollment school, and they're spending $40 million there on a performing arts center. They also put in all brand new baseball fields and football fields. This money was going to fix classrooms and bathrooms. They haven't been good stewards of the Measure J money, and people can't afford another bond measure right now. So no one Measure us.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate the statement. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak about Jeanette Wiley? Your hand's up. Please go ahead.
I guess I will just say that Travis has not had a bond issue for a long time. A couple years ago, we tried a parcel tax and that failed. Travis has a big issue with needing to fix things. Cambridge has kids in the cafeteria, kids in the library instead of classrooms. They weren't able to bring portables in like they thought. So our schools are really needing money. The money is going to be for infrastructure so people won't see. I think it's going to be a big push to get it passed. I feel like they just voted to put it on like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So I feel like it's really not got a strong chance of passing, particularly since we got Vacaville and Goldridge and then the base, not a big community push. But I feel like Travis really needs it. So I will ask you to support it and we'll see how that goes.
All right, thank you. And Michelle indicates she wants to speak on Measure P.
Hi, I just want to say again to oppose increasing any kind of tax in Vallejo because of the extraordinary irresponsibility of the council and the staff. It's quite different if it's going to be used properly and for what it's meant to be used for, but that just has not happened historically in Vallejo. And so this is just going to put a lot more stress on local people who work hard for their money and don't have it, and it's not going to be spent well. So I would urge people to vote against supporting Measure P. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, I understand you have some communications you received about Measure P. Will you share those with the membership?
I can read them. This is from City Council member Katie Meissner. Tom, I just found out via text from an attendee that Solano Dems are holding endorsement reviews, including Measure P. There's nobody there stating a pro side. As far as I know, no one reached out to any of the 5 council members who approved it to go on the ballot. This is not transparency. We hear our critics time and again talk about transparency, so I would hope for more from the SCDCC. Now we're scrambling to find someone with no heads up or notice. She goes on further to say, and the city gets the same criticism for announcing things this way. I didn't see it at all. I guess the 5 council members aren't on social media. That was whenever I replied to her stating that we gave everyone the same opportunity by posting it on social media, by releasing it to the newspapers. And I do know that our announcement about ballot measures and candidates was in all of the newspapers in Solano County. So everyone had the same opportunity. So that is from Katie Meissner. We also got a text from Mina Diaz, City Council member Mina Diaz, and it says, I just spoke to Katie and wanted to tell you that I was not aware you guys would be endorsing or against Measure P. I'm doing an open house. Can't join the meeting right now, but I feel that endorsing without hearing our side is not the right thing to do. We hear a lot about transparency, but this goes against it. Thanks. And I will state for the record, I am not for Measure P, and that is all there is.
Okay, the next person who had their indicated they wanted to speak was Bonnie Hamilton. So Bonnie, you're up.
Yeah, hi. First of all, I want to say that it looked like there were a couple of people who wanted to speak about the Vallejo measure, but I did want to ask either Ian or anyone else if anyone knows anything about the Dixon measure. So that is kind of the only measure that I haven't heard from anybody about.
Okay. If Ian or Jerry or one of our other Dixon residents wants to speak on that, please raise your hand. I see Corey's hand up next, so I'm going to jump to him while the two of you decide whether you want to speak on the Dixon measure.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to speak in favor of Measure P. Is an appropriate time to do so, Chair?
Yes, go right ahead.
I would like to speak in favor of Measure P for a very simple reason. It's time. It's time for us to invest in our community. I know that some of the concerns are raised about the ability of the city council to spend money. Here's the thing. Most of the city council is leaving. There's going to be new members elected. It's going to be a new city council. There'll be a new planning commission. I live in Vallejo. I live in Glen Cove. This community is beautiful. There's so much potential, but in order to achieve that potential, it's time to move forwards and invest in our community. It's time to invest in our ability to become what we can become just by doing the basics, by taking care of the roads, by taking care of the things that make a community livable. Please vote yes on Measure P. Let's invest in our community. Let's make things happen. Let's make Vallejo become everything it can be. Thank you.
All right. Did either of our Dixon members want to speak on that measure at all? Give any information about it? I'm getting a big sense of no. All right, Michelle, your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks, Don. So we just had 2 city council members who have been irresponsible about money, some more than others, come in and criticize about lack of transparency. This is sort of like Trump criticizing about justice. You know, it just is not where we need. This has not been. This has not solved the problems, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm all for tax increases if they solve the problems, but rhetoric is not solving the problem. And these people simply do not know how to handle money. And even if they leave, the staff will be there. And the staff in Vallejo is famously incompetent with money. And in fact, the good people have been leaving Vallejo right and left. So this is not a normal tax increase measure, and this will not invest in our community. It will be misused. Any council that gives away half of Mare Island for basically $2 million cannot be trusted with any more money. Thank you.
All right, appreciate the comments. Does anyone else have any thing they wish to raise? On any of these measures or anything else of any of our candidates? Monica, you're up.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to support what Jeanette said for Travis. And as somebody who worked in a school where in order to get the new school, we had to get the state to declare that we were incompetent at passing a 2/3. This was pre-Prop 39. Anyway, bottom line, I know I don't, normally I support a lot of school stuff. There's a couple of things I'm not going to this time around, but for Travis, yeah, please, down the road, I think Travis and Vacaville need to look at consolidating, but that's not my decision to make. Just my thought while I had a 30-second platform. Thank you.
Right. Does anyone else have anything? To be honest, in part I'm trying to vamp because, as I said earlier, Mr. Wade said he hoped to be available by 2 o'clock. We have just 5 minutes to go on that. With your indulgence, I'm going to, unless anyone has anything they wish to say, then I'm going to take a recess until 2 o'clock. If he joins us at 2, great. If not, then we'll adjourn the meeting. But wanted to give him that opportunity since we're so close. And in the meantime, Tom, if you would post one more time the access code for those of you who have not yet entered it for your ballots. We said we would be posting it for the end. So we'll do that. We'll take a brief recess until 2 and see if Mr. Wade can join us. And otherwise, I want to thank you all for joining us this morning and afternoon to hear from the first batch of our candidates. Hopefully, we won't have quite the same technical issues with our city council candidates next week. All right, so just another quick break for you to run to the facilities or get a drink of water, whatever you have, and we'll see if he joins us at 2. Thanks.
Folks, just so you are aware, Will Wade will be calling in shortly. He did have a family thing planned that could not be changed, but he will be calling in shortly. He is pulling his raft out of the water as we speak, and will be calling in shortly.
All right, everyone, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Wade has joined us. And if we can spotlight him. All right, everyone, Will Wade is candidate for Travis Unified School District Governing Board Area 2. As we let you know earlier, there'll be a 2-minute opening statement, up to 12 minutes for questions, and a 1-minute close. So you have 2 minutes for your opening statement once you unmute.
All right, I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just got
statement.
you. Okay, yeah, my opening statement is, hi, my name is Will Wade. I'm running for school.
We unfortunately are losing your audio connection.
The opportunity to serve in a different capacity. And I'm looking forward to hopefully serving on the school board, where I've got 2 recent graduates from Vanden High School, My daughter is a sophomore going into her junior year. And my wife is also a special education teacher, both in Travis Unified School District and currently in the Vacaville Unified School District. I think my background in the military, my leadership, my life experience combined with a deep academic background to include a master's in public administration with an education background could help inform and guide, hopefully, our school board and making sure Travis Unified School District is a district of choice for not only the on-base personnel, but obviously the surrounding communities as well, which requires a delicate balance. But beyond that, I appreciate it. Thanks for your time and thanks for your patience. And I'm sorry I'm looking the way that I am, but I just got off the river guiding for some Travis Air Force Base personnel and their families as a volunteer. So over to you, sir.
All right, great. First question. What would you do to help green and reduce the carbon footprint of our schools, i.e. make them more climate friendly and sustainable? And what would you do to bring more climate-oriented education, including solutions to the climate crisis, to our K-12 curriculum?
No, phenomenal question. And let me see if I can get you on speaker. Unfortunately, my speaker's not working. 1 second, please. All right, I can't get my speaker work, so you're gonna look at my ear canal. I apologize. So yeah, obviously the climate is a near and present danger. We're seeing the global effects of climate change, and I think we all play a small part in it. But if we don't do our small part, then we're never going to make any institutional change. So in the near term, on the school board, we have the effect or the power to go with some green energy, not only to power our school facilities, but obviously all the resources that we need. So we need to be mindful of that. But in reality, the school board's most important tool is education and the education of our youth to make sure that they make informed decisions that also help continue to adapt and to address the environmental crisis that we're currently going through. So it's a multi-aspect part of it, but it includes just action now by all of our members and also our student body and making sure they understand the consequences of our near-term decisions and the long-term impact to our globe.
Great, thank you. Next question. Who has endorsed you in your race?
Yeah, so far the Travis Teachers Association has endorsed me, as the Labor Council has endorsed me as well. And I'm relatively new at this, so far those are the only organizations that I've officially asked to endorse me. Unofficial endorsements include many of the community service organizations, to include Travis Regional Armed Forces Committee, and then also Travis Community Consortium have also given me in their implicit endorsement as well.
Right. Okay, next question. What is your position on charter schools and school vouchers?
Yeah, so I know they exist. I think they exist for a cause. I am a firm believer in competition, but currently Travis Unified School District has no charter schools, and I would prefer to keep it that way because I want to make sure that the public schools, which I'm a product of, are the best and offer our children the resources that they need. And hopefully we have no need for a charter school in our district.
Okay. Next question. Would you support having the pride flag fly at the Travis USD schools?
I wouldn't have a problem with that as long as we were able to educate the meaning of it and understand that not everybody believes in it, but that comes in a part of education. And as long as we're not ostracizing any one group, I have no problem with continual education as long as it's balanced.
Okay, next question. What would you do to protect the LGBTQIA+ students at the Travis schools?
Yeah, that's a near and dear to my heart. My daughter is considered a minority at Berkeley because of the fact that she's a lesbian. I love her no matter what her sexual orientation is. And therefore, I think we need to be sensitive to that. And we need to understand that people have choices, not only with their sexuality, but also their physical bodies as well. And we need to continue to educate, that there are those choices out there. There are folks who, practice differently in a myriad of different ways than others, but just because it's different doesn't mean it's bad. And Travis Unified School District, honestly, of the 9 moves that I did in the military, is by far the most diverse school district I've ever been a part of. And some people think that diversity is a negative thing, but in reality, I think it's a strong, strong characteristic of Travis Unified School District. And we need to embrace that and welcome it. And just because everybody looks different or speaks differently or has a different sexual orientation is not a bad thing. In reality, I think it's a very positive thing.
Okay, next question. Do you believe climate change is real?
I do. I'm sitting out here on the American River. It's 105 degrees. I see how brown it is. I see the fires around us. And I think you'd be ill-informed to think that it's not real. And the world around us is changing. And in my worldwide travels, I've seen the effects of it, not just physically, but socioeconomically. And the longer we delay on taking positive action, the worse off we are, in my opinion.
Okay, next question. Who won the 2020 presidential race?
Who won the 2020 presidential race would be President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Oh, we hoped you would get that one correct. Does anyone have any other questions for Mr. Wade? I'm not seeing any others in the chat at this time. Are you seeing anything, Tom?
Tom, if given a chance, I don't know if it violates protocol or it's something that's able to be addressed, but as a member of the special committee for Measure M on the ballot, which is a $64 million bond initiative for the Travis Unified School Districts, if there's a chance for me to give a quick spiel on it, I would appreciate it, but I completely understand not knowing that I missed the opportunity to submit that as a topic for today's agenda.
No, I don't think that'd be a problem at all. We do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you support any other candidates running for the Travis Unified School District Board?
So I know all of them personally. I think they all have something positive to bring to the board. I like a lot of, obviously, Rita De Ande's experience. I like Maria Figuerosa's passion. I like Matt's, I can't remember his last name at the moment, experience in the Travis Unified School District. And to be honest with you, based on my experience, at least with, Measure M, we really need folks to get out there and do stuff. So with that in mind, I would love to sit side by side with Maria Figuerosa.
Okay.
All right. And I think, let me just, to make sure we're following our rules, could you tell us something about Measure M and why you support it?
Absolutely. So again, I'm a product of public education. I think we deserve, or our children deserve, the absolute best. Travis Unified School District is a very unique entity in that it's split between Fairfield, Vacaville, and it has a very heavy base presence as well. As a result, I just don't think a lot of politicians necessarily advocate for it in the various different communities, and the folks on the base just don't have a voice to do so. So as a community, I really look forward to the opportunity to hopefully passing Measure M, which would be a $64 million bond initiative to update and modernize our 1960s era facilities, to start turning the century and bring some new capabilities in there, not only on the technology side, but also something as simple as HVAC. These facilities are old. They haven't been updated. Travis Unified School District doesn't have any open bond measures. We have 2 open CFDs, which we're looking to address and mitigate for those residents. And in general, we see bond measure M as the opportunity to gain district-wide support for our schools, improve those schools for our children, and provide the best education we can responsibly with the funds that we have. And we think bond measure M is the way to do that.
Okay, our next question, how can we enhance vocational technical education in our schools to help young people be more job ready when they graduate?
Oh yeah, I love that one. So Travis Unified School District has the Travis Education Center, which we call the Tech Center, which sounds a lot like it is. It is a great transitionary program that our high school students can gain skills that'll allow them to go out into the workforce with or without college education. But that curriculum primarily aims the folks who are not going to go to college. So we love tech. Our partnership with Solano Community College is top notch. My daughter, who just graduated last year, a full year early, fully took advantage of the Solano Community College options, and she got some better high school education than I could ever imagine. We need to do more stuff like that so our kids have options, whether in my daughter's case, it's graduating a year early, but more importantly, for the folks who need trades, they can gain those life skills and go off and do great things for our community and be value added for sure.
Okay, does anyone have any additional questions for Mr. Wade?
I'm not seeing any more in chat.
All right, well, sir, then 1 minute closing statement, please.
Awesome. Thank you for your consideration. I think public service is paramount. I see, based on the polarized politics in our country now, people are scared and they don't want to put themselves in a position where they can be second guessed, whether in person or more importantly on social media. I think folks that are willing to serve should be encouraged to do so. And I am sincerely looking forward to taking my experience, hopefully into the Travis Unified School District, to help improve our schools, our facilities. And I may take some lumps along the way, but that comes with doing service and doing the best that we can. Hopefully I get your endorsement. I sincerely appreciate it. And I continue advancing our platform and also our moral values, and hopefully giving our kids the best opportunity to have the best lives that they can. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you for going above and beyond to join us today.
No, thank you. I appreciate your patience. And again, sorry for my poor attire as I'm in my whitewater rafting kit. And I'm going to get back to my paying customers over here. And more importantly, great airmen and great families serving this great nation of ours.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, we have heard from all of our candidates who can make it to us today. Thank you for your indulgence in waiting the extra few minutes for Mr. Wade to join us. I would encourage you to look at the responses for Ms. Figueroa, and I guess you'll just have to judge her based on what she submitted in writing, as well as the rest of our candidates. Want to do a extra special thank you to Tom, who made all the little technical and immense technical things happen behind the scenes. And I appreciate everything he's done, and I appreciate all of you for taking the time this weekend to join us. We will see you for our regular meeting Wednesday evening, and yet another endorsement meeting next Saturday. And hopefully by the end of that, you won't be sick of seeing each other. So unless anyone has anything else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Before we do that, if I might say one thing, the
Sure.
ballots will stay open till 5, and then they will promptly close. So if you have not voted by 5, you're out of luck.
Okay.
And I just posted the passcode in the chat again.
Okay, and I see Steve has his hand up.
When will we know the results of today's vote?
Don, that's up to you.
Well, I was gonna just, how long will it take you to tabulate, Tom?
By doing it Google form, it's pretty much doing it for ourselves, doing it itself.
Okay, then we anticipate being able to release it either this evening or tomorrow sometime.
Let's go tomorrow.
Come on, tonight.
No,
I think he
I
might
got a
want
lot.
to actually catch his breath and have a good meal and things like that. So,
Yeah, well, I'm actually going to an event tonight.
well, there you go. Okay, moving on, Jeanette, I saw your hand next.
Yes, I haven't voted yet, but if someone voted earlier, is there any way to like go back before 5 o'clock and say, oh, I made a mistake, or I missed voting on something?
Sadly, no.
Okay, thanks. I was asking.
Okay,
Mine is still open, so I'm good.
right, and Margie.
My question is about that option 4. Does that mean both candidates?
No, that was a mistake. Do not do option 4.
No option 4, but you can vote, but you can only vote for one. I mean, I tried voting for both. It says 2 candidates, so you can only vote for one.
Hit reload on your your
Ballot.
browser.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm
I
not
move to
seeing,
adjourn.
okay, there we go. And
Second.
I think I heard a second, so,
Tom Bilbo, second.
all right, all those who are not in favor, please remain quiet. Thank you all. Meeting adjourned. See you Wednesday night.
Okay. All right, I'm going to